He's a phenomenal control player.
Almost 2 years WTF.
Thank you for the resub, Chimba. Almost 2 years of pogging. And let's join a Double Masters 2022 draft league because I'm actually kind of curious. Two out of 8, alright. Waiting. There's also the seal tournaments, the like prelims. I guess in premier events they are hidden. Limited preliminary in 7 hours, and you can join them with the QPs. Which is kind of based. You can still win QPs, right? So it's like a perpetuum mobile. Yeah, if you just keep winning, it's pretty base. Yeah, we're gonna do a draft. We're gonna do a draft of the master set. After which there is a Song of Creation deck that free won the prelim, which picked my interest. And then maybe a GLS league. I was playing regular GLS, yeah. Well, maybe for the peace of mind I can give another try to 80% win rate GLS. But it offers a new way to create mana in this deck, which is very nice. So if you play Song of Creation, then play your extra land from Song of Creation, you will be able to cast an offer you can't refuse on your 0-drop. And then net mana, which will make it easier for you to cycle through your deck. Also, contextually, Utopia Sprawl can also be 0 mana, Wild Counter is 0 mana, Slagditch is 0 mana. It seems pretty neatly built. And the Profane Tutor to find the Song of Creation, I'm not sure if it's the best way, but maybe it is. At least makes you kinda reliable against decks where you need to find it, even if it sucks against Teferi. And then the sideboard, there is a Hivemind and a Thassa's Oracle, which I don't truly grasp, but Sprawl only 0 mana with land untapped, which will be rare, I think. Well, rare, but not impossible. Fury to
He's
be
a
cheap, that's
phenomenal
good.
control player.
Can't refuse that canny ranch.
Exactly. Another option for this deck is, I think, Endurance. Maybe you should play them in the sideboard at least. Abrupt Decay is a bit weird. Hivemind is an alternative win con against people who cannot beat its infinite life, and also just kind of works in this deck as a standalone draw. Honestly, I would kind of want Hivemind as my main deck win con. Seems like a better draw than Grape Shot. Although you need to pass a turn to them. That's a problem. Thank you, Joseph, for your subscription. Continue support based. Layla of Sanctity. Sure. Mario, if packed and offer, you have plenty of ways to actually resolve your Song of Creation.
He's a phenomenal control player.
You know, I'm gonna play main Endurance over a wild counter. I think it's with Summoner's Pact, having access to a 0-drop to fetch with Summoner's Pact alone is kinda relevant. The wild counter I'm kinda doubtful as to how good it is. We can play a few more Endurances in the yes, maybe Living End. I wouldn't change the deck too much. Well, I'm not changing it too much. I think I'm changing it very slightly. Do you care about Living End? I think you only care about Fawn. Well, we also care about Grief, right? Which is hard to beat. So, you know, if they Living End and get Grief, you'll die. But also Endurance, they 0-drop to fetch with the Summoner's Pact, which is good. And it's also a and you can also loop your own deck in case of like things going awry or grab shot is discarded or maybe your next survival too. Is the doggo fine? Yeah, the doggo had a pretty big surgery yesterday. Thank you, Cat310, for your subscription. Doggo had a surgery. Damn, Lightning Bolt seems basic limited. Grand Arbiter Augustine seems kind of stinky. Chaos Warp seems kind of stinky, and I don't think they're expensive. So I can take Lightning Bolt and Lava Coil and have 2 red removals, since I don't necessarily know what are the themes in there, but we'll see. I think price tag for Double Masters is normal. Well, it's high, but it is quite normal for them to price things like that. What is this? It's a Double Masters 2022 Draft League. Mana League also good, right? Yeah, but Bolt and Coil are on color. Mana League should be fine. Depends. But yeah, the dog had a pretty big surgery. Got his arm that was limp opened and connected, which is a pretty big thing to do for sure, and yes, a little bit of a shock and probably still pain. But there is a chance he's gonna be able to walk, like a good chance, so that seems pretty good. I don't know what to take. We can take Bear's Companion, but that's a 3-color card. We can take like Firemind's Vessel and Rakdos Carnarium and play 5-color control. No, actually just get 1 pick right now. Damn, that's tougher. I like Cryptic Spires. Seems kinda leaving me open. Animar, Soul of Elements. Whenever cast a creature spell, put a counter on Animar. Costs less for each counter on Animar. This is pretty poggers, right? Pretty damn powerful. I'll take the Animar. Animar seems kinda insane. We have a fixing land. Take protection from 2 colors. Good chance my opponent will not be able to beat it. You can take another Cryptic Spires to fix for it, or a Hissing Iguara. Just check your living and cyborg guy. You seem to get a lot of cyclers, 4 or 5 quite often it seems. Doesn't it hurt the consistency of the game plan? Well, it does hurt the consistency of the game plan, but if you read the guide, then it actually addresses that. It's something that I think you need to be more willing to do in post-sport games. I'm also more happy to cut cyclers when I put evoke creatures in. Which I guess maybe I didn't address. Alright, let's take creatures for Animar. This is good for Animar because it has high cost. This puts this on top. Does Trouble Master have some special booster slot? There's 2 rares. I don't know about special booster slot. Dragon Arc. You may put a multicolor card from your hand to the battlefield. Wow. Where is this card from? With some EDH. Cruin Straker. Never seen this card. I think we're going to take Blood, Water, Entirety with the 2 spells. So it's a creature for Animar. River Hoop. That card was broken. And that's one. Well, broken. It was very good. In the limited set. This is Mind Rot. A short question, Canister Arens isn't way better than Fable Gigant in this deck. Might be, yeah. It's a bit of a weird deck, like no counters. Alright, I can take the Aven Initiate now. Works well with Animar, or you can take Cryptic Spires to like assure fixing is gonna be great. People seem to not like to pick it. But we want to be playing Timur creatures, and the Aven Initiate seems like kinda replicable. I think the mana will come first. Now we can take the Aven Initiate, and there is no Cryptic Spires, so I'm happy to be able to take it finally. Hello Kaniki. GLS will be this evening? Yes. Did I already see the Song of Creation deck in the last prelim? I did. I'm gonna be playing with it today. Lots of white and black cards. So maybe I'm choosing wrong colors.
Phenomenal control player.
Can abandon like Animar, be Jeskai. Rampant Growth for fixing. I did not notice Rampant Growth. Let's take the Heroic Reinforcements with Bloodwater Entity, maybe for Jeskai. With Arises this way. Kadu 5-8, thank you very much for the sub. But yeah, I have to say, I don't know some of the cards. Is this card downshifted from a rare to a common? It's pretty funny. They own 4 Kinans? Yes. I don't know. Let's take the like Death Dweller. I don't know. Say 2-drop. Could use a cheap card. Also remember that you can request songs, chat. Ooh, Altisar is nice with Animar. Deadly Recluse, random 2-drop. Whenever the creature dies, you may have Iguana deal 1 damage to a player or Planeswalker. It's kinda whatever. 6 mana, kinda whatever. Let's take the Iguana, even if I'm not excited. 1 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. Let's take the Aven Initiate. It works with Animar if we go if the animal actually works in my deck. Seems like it can work, like it's fine. Do you watch any speedrun canister? Rarely. I used to watch AGDQ sometimes. Wow, this card was a first pick in its format. I think, not sure. I watched Stranger Things, I do not know. Is Smuldrift in this format? No idea. Zur the Enchanter, that seems poor. Blom Tender, that seems not necessarily poor in a 3-color deck. Blom Tender seems okay. Blom Tender, Lava Coil. Maybe it even can be a 4-color deck, and then I think I'll take Bloom Tender, Lava Coil. Mulder has to be one of the top picks with Animar for sure. Special cost to cast a spell, exile a creature card from your graveyard, Makeshift Mauler. Amulet? I would rather take Cryptic Spires than Amulet. I'll take Undercoil, you have removal. 1000-Year Storm, Prophetic Bolt, River Hoop. Pot Scour, interesting artwork. I think Prophetic Bolt is a little bit based. This card costs nothing on Modo, I think, so no points. Weird with Animar to pick an expensive spell, but it's just so nice, right? Deal 4 to any target, can go face. And you impulse 2. Just so powerful. Can take under Cryptic Spires for fixing. It seems like I will be having ample playables like right now. I can even play 4 colors with Cryptic Spires. Right now I have 13 cards. It doesn't seem like I could even play this, technically. Thank you, Fantoman 95. But the Cunning Cyclers obviously lowers the consistency of the plan, but you need to also beat your opponent's ways to stop the plan. Probably overrate Hoopo, but it's also bad with Animar. Thromming Stone, it's pretty good, pretty bad. Say the Hoopo, I like it. Wouldn't you first pick Animar Bros in this set? Finally, the Thromming Stone reprint Commander players were expecting. You'd be surprised. Rampant Grove.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you, Alsno87. Power and toughness equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill to Kasali. Kasali is white, and I'm seemingly Timur. Most likely. I think I'll take the Rampant Grove. I have things to ramp too. Winged Coatl, Flash Flying Death Touch. Wow, this is quite a bit worse than Ice Fang. Never played Rosicada, play lose 2 life unless they pay 2. Interesting. Well, this is a 1-1. I might play the weak Coatl. Might take just 5th Spires. Then again, if I take 5th Spires, I can splash white. Task card good with Animar. Somewhat, we can take it now. Did I play this via QPs? No, this is a draft, just through play points. Scale Blessing. Bolster one and put a counter on each creature controlled by +1/+1 counter on it. Fire Song and Sun Speaker. Sure. It's like Rift Bolt, more Baron. I'm not sure if it's actually any good. Exile another target creature you control, then return that card. Okay. Let's take the flyer. It's not super prowess in like my Animar deck, but I have some spells. Which draft can you play with QPs? It can be you can play preliminaries with QPs. And you can win QPs back. So if it's actually you pay 45 QPs and you get 40 back. Let's take a Pithing Needle for my collection. It's a gig one, I don't know. You can splash Band Charm. It's actually a removal spell. What is Ripple? Renin 6. Sure, we'll play that. Well, we don't have anything to return any lands, so it's kinda lame, TBH. Damn, 2 tickets for Emrakul. I take the Planeswalker and then I don't know. Can take under Cryptic Spires to have 6. Assuming not playing the white cards and not playing Ren and not playing the Amulet. You have 18. Food Chain. Rend Bolt combo. Yeah. To an extent it is. Exile a creature you control at X mana, X is 1 plus the exile's creature's mana value. Yeah, I don't want that. Chain creature can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can be activated at the beginning of end step. If chain creature's power is 4 or greater, destroy Arachnus Web. I think you're gonna take under Blood-Tide Entity, Bloodwater Entity, Entirety. Buy back my Coils and Bolts, and have a flyer. Splash Cedris. How good is Cedris? Is it that good? It's very pretty good. Enter the Dreamer and the Mimeoplasm with a weird font. Deals command damage to a player, you may pay 2 blue. If you do exile top card, splashing is kinda tough with the Cryptic Spires.
He's a phenomenal
But Inter is on
control
color.
player.
And Mimeoplasma, I don't know is how good it is. Is a Charm Cedris Ulamog combo. Doesn't really work, right? Because it shuffles itself back. I'm gonna take Inter the Dreamer. Scion of Darkness. You may put target card from that place graveyard to battlefield under control. Okay. The exile 2 Ulamog notes. Yes, but that is not the Ulamog that's in this set. Guru of Spores. That's a double splash. And it doesn't seem that great. Gave Animar combo. Kind of. This pack kinda lame. Take a Cryptic Spires. Bloodbraid. Sounds good. Sounds very solid. Agony Warp in my Timur deck. No, Cryptic Spires. I think there is a limit to how many kill gates you can run. Sure, what is it? Tell me. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, Glory Scale via Shina gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Damn. Tell me when we're at the limit. Doesn't seem like I have that many triggers for this. Can take Capture Sphere for the sideboard. Another Glory Scale via Shina. Wasn't that well rare? It was, yeah, it's pretty massive downshift. Legion's Initiative. Does something. Bros, I don't know. I think I might have been supposed to be in white. Spell Pierce. Winged Coatl. Or maybe I will play the Band Charms and it's fine. Can play Taskard, Ambuscade. Hmm. 16 creatures. Creatures are in general desirable for Animar. But so are spells for my prowess effects. Jeskai seems out of place in my deck. Welcome to the Legion. You saved a district, now let's go save a world, sure. So there's some kind of a Counters theme. Was Scales a rare? Hero of the games. I'm actually also playing games, so. Am I a hero? I guess that's true. I am of games. Let's shift the color slightly. The makeshift Mauler is kinda poor. Dark World's Oracle kinda poor. Misfire Adept maybe poor. Hissing Iguana kinda poor. Dark Dweller. Ren 6 kinda poor. Does that mean nobody was picking Dark Dweller when they opened it back in the days? I mean, I picked it. I played that corset limited format, but it was nothing special. Sometimes rares are kinda nothing special. Is Ren worth it as repeated pings or as a win con with Lava Coil? Combo of Pillaged Pillage, you pick back the land. Seems rather weak, the Ren though. But we can also flex with it, so maybe the ping is gonna be good enough, and like the ultimate is also a thing. And we have lightning bolt, so yeah, if they kill my lands, then Ren's gonna be good. That's true. Let's play a 1-2 drop in the Oracle. And you're gonna go Bros, I don't know how. Let's go blue green, 2 copies. Blue green. Then going to have 2 blue red. Then going to have green red. Green red. And then we can sort by color. Combine. And another green red, I guess. And we're going to do this. Me and my friends thought Goblin Fire Slinger was a pinger and thought it was the best card in the set. It is. It is a pinger, in a way. But it's not the best card in the set. Damn, I remember having Quicksilver Dagger in Izzet versus Golgari Izzet deck. Which was my first deck of Magics. And that card was based. It's very strong, very nice. But they didn't kill your creatures. The charm no good. Or is it good? Love how the script expires looks in game. Kind of. I mean, kind of worse than I thought. Blue reds. I mean, it nicely like changed colors in the deck building screen just to be ruined immediately. It's kind of funny when we got to the game. Oh, Augur Spree. Alright, let's see if they can beat a Planeswalker. I think I want to play the Planeswalker, start thinking. Maybe turn 2 Planeswalker was even the correct move to ultimate ASCP. Living Lightning dies, return hand is also card from graveyard to your hand. Solid. I'm surprised they put Travel Assignment in the set over a Wayfarer's Bauble. Commander players are obsessed with Wayfarer's Bauble. Yeah. So we just don't play creatures for them to cast a removal on. And they're gonna die. And you're going to actually ultimate Tren and 6 with Prophetic Bolt. Surprise Witness is insane. Well, it's not quite Witness, it's on the bottom of your deck, but on the top of your deck, but no, I'm going to get Ren to 8 and then I'm going to ult. One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's go 7 lands. River Hoopu to block the Mold Drifter and have the Prophetic Bolt, and next turn we can counter. Risky not ulting. I think it's not risky because the ult doesn't do too much. Otherwise, oh, they had the Augurus Spree, obviously. We knew that. Have a good day, Kaneki. Thank you. But yeah, they did launch leagues with Orang Double Masters, which was funny. Thank you, Stevola, for your subscription. By subscription, I mean raid. Obviously. Vampire Sovereign. This guy was the bee's knees in the limited format. Tax Duplicates, Defron, Haste. Damn. Repren. Also Dethrone. What does Dethrone do? Whenever it attacks a player with the most life, put a counter on it. Okay. Alright, I think putting the Ren and 6 into this deck was actually a smart decision. Thank you for this piece of advice, chat. Liliana, the Last Hope. Kent minus an Animar. Put Small Drifter back, okay. Can't play the Altizar because I only have 1 green. Let's play Into the Dreamer then. So Entet can't quite attack through this. I guess no attacks now. Can I get Kervek the Masterless? No, Dex duplicate, okay. Copy what? The Sovereign, sure. Will burn me with some silly effects. No, probably not. Alchemy, they go 6 cards in the deck, okay. What's the creature cascaded into? It's Animar. A commander card. So I just need to defend. I can hit with Inted and pay 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's not even in my best interest now. I think. Alright, now I can hit with Intet and NTT. I'm taking second green. Yeah, I wanted to keep it in my deck. That's why. When they spell back from their deck, which is gonna be something, sure. It does kind of look like a Kamigawa Spirit. They return Surreal Memoir, which is the lucky pickup. Just now they pick another card and as rebound. They kill my River Hoop. Okay. A source of life gain. They stagger shock my face, so that's what they wanted to hit my face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I Prophetic Bolt, I have 10, 15. So if I find a land with Prophetic Bolt, I will kill them. Actually, I don't need to find a land. I already have the land. No, well, I do need to find the land. What format is this? It's Double Masters Draft. Double Masters 2022, obviously. So they play some value, Grixis, effects. How could I approach that? Doesn't seem like I have much to approach. Maybe cut the Dark Dweller Oracle because doesn't seem like I need a 2-drop that much and replace it with something better. Or what's better? A 4/5 creature actually seems okay against them. So Champ seems good, does it? Geez, how many Cryptic Spires you have? I have 7. Blue, red, keep. Hand on the draw, no play before turn 4, snap keep. Blue, red, green. 2-drop drawn. Yeah, like circle with your pen. I think you'll just play the flyer for the pressure. Next time you can Pirate's Pillage, discard the Initiate, and then play the Altizar on the next turn. Cyclone Nerf. WTF is just bullshit. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Alright, let's discard the Cryptic Spires instead. Or maybe just play the flyer, but... Drew Inted, the best thing to cascade into too bad. More design things they said they never do because people hate them. They like lol JKs. I don't know if people said they hate that. I don't know, to me it seems pretty cool for limited. It's like a limited only thing, so obviously. But this is a rather frustrating experience when a limited you pog. Like you can pick up the dual lands, but you can only pick up red-green dual lands, and your deck actually needs to a blue dual lands. It's good for Popper, right? I mean, say tap land for Popper. You can switch it. That seems like a minor upside over like being artifacts indestructible. Oh, they returned from Liliana? Living Lightning. Oh shit. They didn't cascade, so it's not that strong. But this is rather strong still. 7. What's up with your chat, Kani? What do you mean? Chatters, what is up with you? Easy win. Don't you see strange thing in your screen? People use or I don't know. Oh, that's actually true. Interesting. Could you just not post this thing? Seems like you can't not use it. Alright, I'll fight that by hiding chat from the screen for today. Let's go canister. Is this a power deck? No, it's not. A power deck. Alright, I'll unhide it. You can spam now. I changed my mind, it's actually pretty fun. Red green. Mulligan. You have the $30 cards in hand, so should be okay. I think Iga Świątek is going to win Wimbledon. I don't know. I don't actually know. So I don't think so. I guess it's the like fair answer. But actually bullied with their one toughness monster. Stick the head in. Will they attack Ren? Sure. I trade for a creature, so now I trade for a combat trick too. Damn, solid. Let's attack with the flyers. For all of their aggression and their Karashikase, I still am at 16 life. So seem to like attack with only a few monsters. Stagger shock, that's strong. have the bolt, which I know about, so maybe I should be sacrificing the Dunk Dweller Solacle, killing it. But there is still value in the bolt. Sort of. Swift Spear, Swift Spear. Okay, it's bolted now. Iguana. Sure, you don't need a fun, Piotr. I can set this one next to the room so no one can hear. No, I have plenty of funds in the chat, it's fine. So I don't need an extra one. Get it? I made a joke using the dual meaning of the word fun. 2 damage to any target, Labyrinth Champion. It's a solid effect. Well, Dark Dweller's Oracle. Is it hot in Poland? It's a little bit hot. It's 31 degrees. It's pretty hot. It's not that bad inside though. Ooh. I just killed my Hupue, so that's okay. Wait, no, not kill my Hupue. You don't want to kill my hoop? Seems weird. I get to block here. Kulak update, please. Kulak is alive. His arm hurts, seemingly. Flashing back the other initiative seems kinda weak. Okay, didn't attack with this, they have nothing, so we fogged. Solid. It was a scheduled operation. Because his arm was limping when we got him, because he had an incident 2 years ago, and then like he was never properly put together. So now we did. And hopefully it's gonna be okay for him. Zobaczmy 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we live on 1. I guess I can't find any Saleva and Tarkov, any tips. I don't have any tips for that. Let's play blockers. I'm curious if they will print instant speed, suspend, and MH3. What do you mean? Suspend is already instant speed. Be really bad at sorcery. I have a few 1 toughnesses, not too many though. But I didn't realize you're supposed to trigger heroic with this. That's pretty cool, actually. No, the idea of suspending at instant speed. If you want to suspend a spell, if you want a spell to be suspendable at instant speed, you just make the spell an instant. But they avoided doing so. And I think there is like low upside to doing so, and it's pretty confusing. Yeah, surviving a fool, you just like draw cards to gain life. Would be likely easily broken. I don't think it makes difference. I mean, it doesn't inherently like it's not inherently easily broken, right? If it's like low suspense cost, then maybe, but if it's high, then it doesn't really matter. It's also, you know, just like a way to cost a card, so it's pretty hard for it to be easily broken, I think. How high did you pick Spire? It's pretty high. Higher than everybody else, it seemed, because no one else had them so much. Not sure how correct was that, but because I still didn't feel comfortable playing a 4-color deck. But I think there's a Spire in every pack. There's a lot of them in the draft. But still, if I have 7, that means I have picked an abnormal amount of them. I can't go Animar and Hoop because I don't have enough. Can bolt my Animar anyways, I guess. This way, but it's fine. Yes, I picked 1/3 of the available Spires, so it's clearly I held them in higher regard than an average player at the table. At the draft table. Whether that was correct or not is, well, to be seen, but if I win this draft, then it was correct. I have the Stagger Shock, so... I read my Hoopoe. You can draw the Altisaur with Cascade and Cascade to Intet next turn, that would be good. Stagger Shock is pretty insane. So they have a few 1 toughness creatures, so I could Cyber Smart Mage's Gambit. They had Crew and Striker, game turned 3. They had Abbott. They had another Crew and Striker. And we would like to keep 3 toughness creatures too because they have shocks. We have anything that's 3 toughness. Can have Izzet Charm for an extra interaction. What do we do with Rensky? I won game 1 because I emblemed and I had Prophetic Bolts blooped. And we pinged 1 toughness creatures. I wanted not to play it, but then like literally first game played on turn 2 and won the game with it, so seems kinda good. Eastlands. Let's keep. They do have 1 toughness rest too. But yeah, we bought it as a charm here too. Seems to make sense. Chad, were there any Cascade cards in Modern Horizons 1 limited? Did anyone get cascaded into Rhinos? That was the first sliver, so I guess there were Cascade cards. Throws too, yeah. Nice mana base. Charles was in MH2. BTE. Nice mana base. Okay, I don't have a trick, so that's good. Nice fucking 7,000 Cryptic Spires mana base, bro. I should have traded a Hoopa for a Cruin Striker last turn. Ouch. We have no tricks. You should trade and hope to draw a mana for my Cascaders to catch me back. They kill the Bloom Tender, it's gonna be a little bit brutal. Yeah, not enough spires. Like literally 4 islands in the deck, drew like all islands. I think you need to Bloodbraid. Maybe can Ren ping the YP. Maybe that's better. Because we give them opportunity to cast removal, otherwise I will be dead to Stagger Shock phase though if they attack me. They have 2 Stagger Shocks, yeah, they have Stagger Shock attack phase. And they have no immediate life gain, no way to do anything. This game sucked. Two islands drawn, super nice. Nice drafts format. I didn't realize you can simply cast Rift Bolt. It's tricky, yeah, but you can. I mean, I don't know. That sounds like somebody never played against Burn before. Cryptic Spires looks worse in the preview article. It's very tricky because during deck building, it actually looks nicely. It switches the colors a little bit of the frame so that you can, easily tell which colors it shows. And then in game, it's just gray and super ugly, which is pretty funny. I assume it's not an intended way of how it's supposed to look. So yeah, also deck building looked nice, and then I was hit by this. I think it takes away from the feel of the card. And also the fact that you have to like read the colors. It, I guess, makes it more similar to maybe the paper experience where you actually have to like closely look over at what was circled. It's a little bit hard to tell. So maybe they wanted to replicate that like when deck building is actually clear to you, but in game it becomes much harder. Well, mana leaking this? Okay. Now left red open. Yeah, that would be better. Both the bird, leak the grove. Miss Meadow Witch. What is Miss Meadow Witch? Exile target creature, return that card. Okay, solid. They don't really need to kill it. I have the hoop to block. Ni bogata, ni bedna. Remember when Bugler was a modern power level card? Yes, but even when it was a modern power level card, some people would tell you that it's the worst thing ever to actually play with it. I think it was not the worst thing ever. I think it was fine, but Always draw intet right before I get to cascade. So I never can cascade into intet. Also, why does an annoyed Althazor have the cascade mechanic? It's Percy long neck with a short temper. Damn based. Time to attack with the hoop. Hoopo. I don't know how much removal they can have for Intet the Dreamer. Who is that already? Yeah, I thought it's a mythic rare. Let's create a temple with Cascade. Animar solid. Protection from white, nice. Wild Horsen. What even is the purpose of the bonds that Twitch hands over toward its creators when they are like 2-day bonds? Fairly short. I frequently wonder. One, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11. I hope we can get a hit with Intet and cast something cool from my opponent's deck next turn. But no, I will obviously kill Intet and settle beyond reality. Fire does nothing here, yeah, it's useless. Everything is flying anyways. I left a blue-green untapped with a bolt in hand. Smart. Solid. But you know, if my cryptic spires would be colored, I actually would keep the proper land up. It just can't. Five, 4, support 3. That's annoying. It is annoying a bit, yeah. Canada Day canister. Why is this? Why is it Canada Day? I miss lethal, right? Wait, what? Okay, I did not miss lethal. I misunderstood this card. I thought it was flying by itself, but it does not have flying. You need to cast a card to give it flying. So, good thing I didn't bold face an attack like that. But also, had I properly played out this turn, it would have killed our opponent. I gave flying to Bloodwater Entity Thrice. So that candle liberated maple syrup from the British. We celebrate by erecting red and white igloos based. Deep analysis. Another dead to a spell. Oh, it's cost 2 mana, damn. I forgot. Britain is the leading exporter of Independence Days, true. Funny.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Craven_road, thank you for your Prime Gaming sub, and remember to join the Discord and access the guide if that's what you're after. Bounce. What is Outlast? Green tap. Put a counter on this. Only as a sorcery. Embalm for 1 mana. Na, 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 na. Actually, it's not because it's not a creature spell. It's ability, so it doesn't get cheaper. Sad. You also blink end of turn. A free blockers then. Can blink Venser. Bounce blocker. I need to block. Oh, I don't need to block that much. They blink the Sensor Splicer, sure. Why is this 5 mana while Blade Splicer is 3 mana? Is Vigilance 2 mana worth 2 more mana than First Strike? What First Strike is the better ability? Blade Splicer is a rare. Sure. I thought about the cards being actually just straight up more pushed because they are rare and not uncommon. That's kind of weird. Shouldn't they be all balanced on mana costs? Yeah. They play Bond stuff. The Oracle sucks. Her stuff is a charm instead. Then what is the use of rarity? You put the more complex effects on rare, like Enter the Dreamer, and the less complex effects on common, like Annoyed Altusaur, which has 3 mechanics. Blue red. Can't play the Rampant Growth. I don't care. I keep anyways. Weekend partying, yeah. Hum to the weekend. Nice mana base. But isn't it common to have common or common cards just be bad version of rares? It is common, yes. But is it morally reprehensible? You could argue that it is. How is Kulak doing? I think he's laying down and chilling in a combination of pain and confusion. But he's gonna be fine. Comes after wars. Maybe I should put more islands in this deck. Maybe I should cut 1 island for a forest. TBH. I think I complain, but I actually have one too few green sources. F8. Could
He's a
use a 9
phenomenal
probably.
control player.
Slatorada, thank you very much for this up. Yeah, I think I just had a misbuilt mana base. It's the entire reason. See, now it's fixed. Blue, green, red, green. Turn 3, Mistfire Adept, then 3 plus Spires. I have an Initiate. WTF, they have Spires too. We need to draw spells now. Or maybe I block and we don't need to draw spells instead of racing. Let's block actually, that was my plan the entire time. But since I am flooded, I will actually L-bomb. Marijuana makes yeah. Mist Meadow Witch, always find Mist Meadow Witch. How's it for not being enjoyable so far? Except for the games where I got mana screwed. Yes, it was. Now my opponent played a bomb card that I will have hard time beating, and format has been unenjoyable now. Just everything enters with 2 extra counters. So we have to race. Seems like we maybe can. Seek out the way. Okay, they have a life linker, we can trace. Nice game. Human warrior mutant. It's very inconvenient, but I think had to hope for some bitch block. They miss a land drops, they have more spells, so they will just play creatures that are pumped by +2. Master Biomancer. Laya Sky Knight, 5-3 flyer, sure, why not? Why not? At least a 5-3 flyer trades with my 3-2 flyer. Okay, maybe the River Hoop can draw me Lava Coil and then we can actually do stuff. We don't take much damage now, we actually take 0 damage away from what's on board. So it's gonna be tough, but not unwinnable. They keep drawing more creatures. Einok, Bondkin. Oh, they can play it now at least. But Enoch Bondkin is gonna give first strike to everyone, so with a counter, so first strike to everyone. While in the meantime I draw Cryptic Spires. Ren and 6, a little bit small scale. I have 11 mana, maybe 13 if we play a red permanent. Like, I don't even want to kill the master. I can't even afford to kill the master Biomancer. It's not the priority. Okay, we have the Ren and Sinks. And I need to kill that Bondkin. So I just play the Ren for no reason, actually. I need to kill the Bondkin to compete. Probably don't have too many more creatures. Is this the real canister? Question mark. Make them guess. Keep them guessing. Yeah, play Ren to flex, at least, for sure. Serial 1 spell with 2 ends. That's a bit rude. Canonister underscore MTG, yeah. Yeah, also, Chad, what do you think about switching to modern, to playing a modern league with Song of Creation combo after this game of limited passes? I think it's a good idea. Do you have a favorite card? Yes, it's Song of Creation. Play anything else? Alright, I'll play Song then. Bros, you are a man of no faith. Okay, deep analysis. That's not very aggressive, so that's good for me. Bro, I needed it to not die. Needed my hooper. I mean, if I draw a lava coil for this now, then I'm kinda even. I flashback the initiate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have the deep anal in the graveyard, so it's a bit tough. Let's go, something good, lava coil. Okay, we actually are even. You wanna see the Song of Creation list? Alright, in that case, wait for after this game. Whitelisted, I have 2 lava coils, so those actually, I was extremely likely to hit one. What if I even perform some attacks? Maybe the Bloodbraid Elf. Doesn't seem to make much sense. We have the Ren to protect. Do we have any targets for Ren Plus? We don't, but we have targets for Ren Emblem. But we have, well, we have one way to put a land to my graveyard, and it's the Pirate something, the 4 mana discarding card. Azuri, Claw of Poggers. Whenever a creature with power 2 or less ETBs, you get an experience counter. If combat on your turn, put X counters on another target creature you control where X number of experience, so there is no experience. Ooh, that's a good one. Going to Vegas for MTG30? Probably not. I'm not sure what's MTG30 actually. Maybe I can Google that. Spink Face, because this way we deal 7 with flyers alone and Ren. But yeah, probably will not be going to Vegas for a tournament like that. It is a lengthy trip. So I'm kinda not even considering that super much. Ooh, bouncing the Altizar. Interesting. Was that really the best thing to bounce? Wasn't it Avid Initiate? Oh shit, I closed the window of music. By accident. Yeah, I was thinking I was impossible to win, but like then they took it to enough to cast a draw spell, fortunately. Instead of putting more pressure, and I was able to use it to catch back. Okay, went 2-1, I got 2 draft boosters. I am finally happy. Use your Ledger Shader avatar. I did get the Ledger Shader avatar. I'm not entirely sure what for. Was it for qualifying for one of the Pioneer showcases? The super elite ones? I think that was it. Okay, now we're going to play Song of Creation. Because that lists 3 one-day prelim and it seems pretty solid. So let me upload it. And let's do stuff. An offer you can refuse is an upgrade. Can use it to protect your song from interaction, but also can use it to ramp. Use it as a ritual even and makes you extra mana during the combo turn, which is very convenient. It means that this deck is able to play almost only relevant cards. Except for some wild counters, which are not actually super needed, but they're good during the comboing from what I understand. Honestly, I wonder if this deck should just play Hivemind as its win con with the Song of Creation and then just be a Hivemind deck, like have the alternative combo, since we're ramping anyways. No Underworld Breach? No Underworld Breach, indeed. Because you can just Profane Tutor for Hivemind, play it for 6 mana and cast it on your opponent. If you have the Pacts. Which means you're gonna die when you have to pass a turn with Hivemind, they kill you in the upkeep, which would be true with burn spells. Soup decks pay for packs pretty well. They do, yeah. But, you know, just as a win con from... If you combo fully with Song of Creation, they will not pay for like 5 packs, right? I think I'll have the Hivemind in the main deck just to tutor for it. On top of Grape Shot. Just to have it as a tutor alternative win con can come in handy. And we're going to join a Modern League with Song of Creation. This time, for sure, it's pretty good. I've seen Endurance really shine this deck as a free spell. That's why I have Endurance in this deck, yeah. Exactly the reason. Free spell and can also reshuffle your deck back into your graveyard back into your deck, which can matter for some cases. Wild Horsens. What are the major changes this time? Well, the biggest one is an offer you can refuse, a relatively new card that lets you produce mana during the combo turn rather easily. Wild Horsens. Yorion Sky Nomad. You have 1 land, 2 mana. Seems like a mulligan. How many lands we've got in this deck, bros?
Player.
Hi folks.
Hello, Spunkster. Fortunately, Teferi turns off an offer you can refuse into something that doesn't work. I think we're gonna keep this. Can make free treasure. You can make like Summoner's Pact into an offer, have treasures to try to go off earlier. They move to 5 in the Yorion deck. I mean, we have 18 lands, so we have 4 Utopia Sprawl, we have the offers to ramp. You don't need to create 5 mana, you need to create 4 mana out of the song, right?
He's a phenomenal control player.
So you could literally win on turn 2. Atos numbers, thank you very much for the sub. Too. I think we'll wait here. Awkwardly after doing the move. Kind of at the point in Modern where the glass count decks to be like semi-functional, they need to incorporate Pact of Negotiation to their deck, main deck, to be able to play it. Wild Horses. It's a bit awkward. Monomorphose here. Red green. Got the same spot again, I guess. Yeah, I can see why you would be concerned a bit. Can play the fairy on an ending on my treasure next turn. 2 cards do nothing. Yeah. Like, exactly nothing. Arrive at the same state. We did draw the Pact of Negation. Wild Horses. The problem with the fairy is that it turns off Pact of Negation entirely. It just stops working, so you will have trouble. Both Pact and Offer don't work, so you'll have trouble comboing if there's a fairy in play. Much greater trouble than otherwise. Just not super. Wild Horses couldn't write me up. Well, it doesn't stop the combo, but it does make it harder to combo. Fortunately, my opponent chooses not to do anything. Let's go land. 1 turn, I'll draw a land. So actually, can I doubt the ability to play Profane Tutor? Maybe it should be this deck should be Timur with Serum Visions. Guess you need to bottom Fury then. Well, Fury against the Fairy, 5 loyalty, kinda awkward. And here comes the Time Wizard. Serum Visions, Dice of Cringe. I think Serum Visions is not so Dice of Cringe. Just have the ability to hit your mana. Can't win? No, it's not that I can't win. It's just that it takes a bit more. Can keep a hand on the back of Serum to find Song. An alternative is to play Hive Minds in the main deck too. As the alternative combo. And as the win con when you are songing. No Grape Shot and 2 Endurances. Would be nice to have a live gain effect woven in there somewhere. Base Travel Mine. Pact is now disabled as your draw. I understand that. I'm just saying that it is not so that I can't win, rather that it's hard. The Profane Tutor is also weak versus Teferi, so Teferi is a real problem. Seems like they're looking for counters rather than have it. I'm gonna play Song and wait. Oh, kill Teferi. That was actually better with the Grape Shot. Shit, I didn't see that line. That'll be a good line. It's on 2, so just play Utopia Sprawl and Teferi would be better. Go next turn. Damn. Because now we're relying on them not having Prismatic Ending. Or under Teferi. Which they seemed not to have Prismatic Ending. I think they were very incentivized to kill my treasure. And we have the Strike a Rich in the graveyard to start the combo. I will see if they find an answer to the song. Songster. We almost won on turn 2, just not quite. Mr. Rainforest entered the zone, okay. See, seems like they're passing. Yorion is impossible to defeat. You know, Yorion just can't beat stuff. They will not excel my song, for sure. Before Boseju? Hopefully not. Boseju is a problem. You can't Pact of Negation Boseju. So if they keep up Boseju, what do you do? Like, I guess you just have to take it. Draw step. Chat, the draw step casting, what the hell? Why draw step cast? Urza Saga Needle Boseju. Yeah, we need to add both of those cards. Endurance. Ooh. Annoying. That works. Why would I draw step and not upkeep? It doesn't matter, I have to ferry. Alright, they bounced my song. I guess I keep my land to play it, try 0-drop. Unfortunate. But it wouldn't be a problem if we went with the kill the fairy line, so that's a smart line they missed. Not. Didn't they play a land yet? No, they did not. Okay. They probably just have 3 Tefaris in hand. It's possible, but not guaranteed. They did go through half of their deck now, so they should have something. Tenor Witness. Okay, that's a way to get the ferry. I would like them to ephemerate, sure. I guess you can mid stop on that. Now get the Teferi. Play Teferi. They go bounce the Everflowing Chalice. They should bounce the Utopia Sprawl, but maybe they will bounce the Everflowing Chalice. They Blast. Makes sense too, I guess. Let's go 0 mana cards. Alright, bros. I give up. I feel this was a little bit unfortunate. Do I feel nostalgic for the Yorion days? No. So Profane Tutor is kind of weak
He's
now.
a phenomenal control player. Can have Abra Abdicate deal with the Teferi because it's an issue. It's a bit awkward. I think that's what we're gonna do, though. Could Glittering Wish work instead of Profane Tutor? Well, maybe. It doesn't seem really better, though. Like, Profane Tutor is kinda weak. What about Regular Wish? 7 mana. Helps you drive while comboing. True, but it's for 2 mana, it's not really castable anyways. I think we're gonna do this to be able to kill the Teferi so we can use the packs to protect the combo. We were very close this game, even though it didn't look like. It was very close this game. Let's actually keep this hand. We can ramp towards Hive Mind if needed. Let's go Forest name Red. I mean, 3 mana seems a bit much. You need 3 mana plus the extra 3 mana. Well, 10-3 win if we draw a pact in 2 draws, or if we draw a Hive Mind, that's also gonna be helpful. Excuse me, Song. Punish for choosing Forest, I guess. That is an option. That I want with a non-basic and to enchant. I would have got 10, possibly hit by Boseiju on the land, so it's fine. Traversi Ulvenwald, powerful. Island found, sure. Guys, would you rather be rich in a big house with someone you love, or poor or homeless with someone you hate? Rich, definitely. by large margin. Then they have black mana. Do, 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 do. Almost. I have 6 mana. I can make them pay 4, but they probably have counterspell. Can protect with an offer. Can refuse next turn at least. Yeah, not even cycling, so they clearly have a counterspell. But problem is that the Summoner's Pact then can get paid for if they make a land drop, which is also problematic. But Perspiring Mike, thank you for the Perspiring Mike. Thank you for this resub. I might kill like it's 2013. Well, thing is we don't kill. I'm just gonna chill and wait. Make them keep their counterspell. An offer you can refuse should be uncounterable. Yeah, I guess right now it is an offer you definitely can sort of refuse, right? Why don't you try to kill them? Because on turn 3, they had counterspell. Maybe they didn't. And then I didn't want to hive mind into a counterspell. But it was a problematic thing that later on the hive mind needs another pack to kill, but we did draw the pact, so it's okay. Haven't done that in a long time. Summoner's Pact plus Pact of Negation, so many players are probably unfamiliar with this, but it always left people baffled when you go Summoner's Pact and respond with a Pact of Negation and just pass. You end up having to pay nothing and they end up having to pay 9. And there's nothing they can do. Deck with no card that can win without resolving is 4-mana enchantment, loses to not drawing the 4-mana enchantment, color me shocked. Well, I have an alternative kill in play and it works right now. They'll think for ages how to stack it and not die, exactly, yeah. I have Omna, but I can make 9 mana and drop keep with the fetch land. So I guess a Growth Spiral would not work, because they would have 8 mana. I guess, well, they can choose whether they want me to pay 5 or 4 in my upkeep. I'm not gonna Veil in response. Flusterstorm can be awkward. Oh no. Because we only get one copy, right? So they actually can't stop it. Bros. Offer Fluster should help. They get a offer you too. And they're targeting their own pact, so they just gonna choose not to pay. Offer pact they Fluster. But they offer their own pact. Damn. So Fluster wrecks the Hivemane combo. Fluster doesn't even seem a great deck card against me, but it is pretty sick. Pretty sick here. Now I'm the one sitting here and thinking, so what the hell to do? That sucks. That fucking sucks, bros. I don't think I can do anything. They will need to resolve Summoner's Pact. I don't want to do. Oh no, they probably have 280 is sad. I know it's a bit sad. They got an Eternal Witness to return the. Actually, have the banger green creature, and like not everyone plays the Witness nowadays, right? So they actually like have the Witness against me to buy back and play something else again. It's fine, chat. It's fine. So yeah, they Fluster the entire time, so should have just played the Hivemane and gone for it on turn 3. Seems like. Maybe. Not clear. Can the Endurance there Fluster? It's not really that they really need the Fluster. It doesn't really do anything, so. Oh, we get a iteration, Poggers. So we can actually find the song.
Control player.
Thanks, bro.
Standard temperature is 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and 273 degrees Kelvin. Standard pressure is 1 atmosphere, 101.35 kilopascals, or 760 millimeters of mercury. Bonus meme, Yi.
I need to draw something still to kickstart the Song of Creation chain. Chelendos. Reap. Sure. Pass. Well. What a deck. What a game. What even like. Get the Fluster back. I assume they didn't realize the iteration even matters here to cast. Because they absolutely shouldn't let me stick through my deck, but... Seek and destroy. Intended use of Hivemind, by the way, exactly. Let's see if they have something to cast. The Fairy ending. They cast an ending, we can copy the... Sure, Soldiers, whatever. Was GLS just a hype? And why is Yawgmoth performing well again? I think GLS is a good deck. Why is Yawgmoth performing well again? I don't know if it is, really. Lava Axe, let's go. Do I copy the colors? I don't think I do, right? It's not a copyable value. So bad. So fucking bad, bros. Okay, we lost with the combo deck to 4 color and was not close. It was embarrassing. And we lost to like the shittiest cards that are not supposedly even good against me. I feel I got a little bit unfortunate, but maybe a little bit only. But I think game 1, if we understood the Grapeshot line and killed the Fairy, I think I had a shot. Maybe if I manned up and just played my Hivemind on turn 3, 4, whatever it was, and packed my opponent, that would be okay. Although they would have flustered their own pact, and I would have died to that. Fluster stops Grapeshot, lol. In theory, but not in practice. Like, not during the long combo. And I'm talking about game 1 where they had no Fluster and I could have Grapeshotted for 2 to kill the Fairy. What if we played our own Teferi so they can Fluster us? It's a bit tough. Then this pact stuff kinda bad. What 0 drops? Pact of Summoner's Pact gives you a 0 drop for a song, so it's... Sounds decent, and the Hivemind kill also seemed decent to me, but it did not play pretty well. The fact that Fluster cacks it is so sad. I did not know that. I did not, well, maybe I did not realize that. I have not thought about that in the past ever. I mean, Summoner's Pact sounds okay. I mean, the Pact of Negation seems more key than Summoner's Pact. So I thought you have doubts about Summoner's Pact, but this is a 0 drop card, right? Fluster was not in Modern when Hivemind was a thing, exactly. I don't know, you can counter your own spells to draw more cards. It's like pretty relevant to have 0 drops available, I think. Well, also doubles as a protection for your combo that needs to resolve a specific spell, so I don't know, I have no doubt in my mind that it's pretty key. So it's weird to me that you doubt the like this pact and not that pact. Monkey. Because otherwise, what do you do if your opponent plays the card counterspell ever, right? You just don't do. One, two, three, four. I don't think I want to draw it actually when they land. Although they don't have a spell, you can just try to combo this turn, I guess. Which probably I should do. So go Monomorphose, draw the offer you can refuse. Cast 0 mana card. Make it into 2 treasures, play Song. And just pass with Song. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, so we have 5 mana. One, two, three. We have 4 mana. Can also play Strike, I guess. Well, but the Strike is for 0. I can play it and sacrifice the treasure immediately, doesn't accomplish much. I think I would rather play Small Grapeshot and try to kill both creatures. I think the offer I can refuse is not super to draw here. Can connive. It seems like they do have the Spell Pierce, maybe. It's a good draw. So you can kill both creatures now. If uninterrupted. All the spell piece can choose to save either. And they spend a spell pierce. They choose to save the Shredder, which is, I guess, fine with me. If they have multi-Ragavans. But I'm happier that they have the Shredder and no mana. They made some moves. Duration is okay, it's slow. Two Profane Tutors. Fucking Profane Tutors, bros. Can't even suspend it, I don't have black mana. I think the Tutor is a little bit shady. Seems like we can resolve stuff. So we go off next turn. We pop off next turn, bros. Thanks to the fact that we have the endurance, we can cast the Noxious Revival easily. If we don't win on the next turn, then it's a little bit Pepija. Also, they somehow only have 1 card and they connived away counter spell. Maybe they drew it off the top. Okay, so no point in not casting the Utopia Sprawl. Let's go, bro. Song of Creation. Put a Mishra's Bubble on top of my deck. Draw 2. Die. Yeah. It's so hard to combo over this. Like, always, you're always almost there, but never quite getting the point where you need. Always like short a card or short a something. Or short a mana when like you draw it the first time with Song of Creation. Kinda need to lock into everything. They have the monkey treasures. Let's cut the hive mind. Can have Well of Summer and maybe Fury. I think Well of Summer comes in for sure. The Profanator is sketchy. Belcher better than Song. Well, undoubtedly it probably is, yeah. Let's try this sideboarding. I'm hoping it's gonna work. If they get Ragavan X on my Grapeshot, I'm going to be unable to win, which will now assuredly happen. TG Arena Shuffler vibes, exactly. Exactly. Very, very tough times.
He's a phenomenal control player.
FIFA Italy, thank you for your Prime Gaming sub. Oh, wasted. I got to keep it. How does this
He's a
deck win? It
phenomenal
doesn't, that's
control
true.
player.
IFA26, thank you for the sub too. But when you draw your deck with Song of Creation, you will be able to loop your deck with Endurance and play, your stuff enough times that you'll just win with Pacts of with Grapeshot or with Hive Mind. Simple. Smalamorphos, we can find Strike It Rich or Utopia Sprawl. Let's try again. If we hit another one, it's gonna work. No, for you can refuse a okay. So we're gonna name blue to be able to cast Song through Blood Moon. Or in general. You're aiming to amass a significant amount of mana and play. It's a very good draw, an extra Utopia Sprawl. Let's keep enchanting the same land. This time red, I guess. Gonna fetch a Breeding Pool. Maybe. Probably shouldn't fetch. Shouldn't make the decision yet. With the fetch land. And now we go. Unfortunately, they have another counter spell or something. Seems like they have 6. I don't know if willingly or not, because they might have not knew that they will have the treasures, and maybe they had a counter spell. But we can pop off now. Can't be countered. Alright, we go all in. We are whaled. We're gonna combo off now. Shuffle, evoke. And we grab the endurance again. And we probably endurance again now. Yeah, the endurance seems very good for the combo. Seems like actually very, very relevant, like this thing what I'm doing here. Can we, like, you know, keep priority on the pacts. Sell the non-desirable cards. Damn, that's based. And the pact grabs the endurance again. Which honestly I really needed that because I don't have stuff. Well, I can play one more land. Crack for blue. Cast a pact. Counter. Counter. Draw 2. Counter. Draw 2. Can cast Monomorphos, no issue with that. With green. Search for endurance. Bobble. Bobble. Strike a dredge. Strike a dredge. To be fair, this is less convoluted than the Black Wish in Neo form. Yeah, this is very non-convoluted, I would say. In fact. I don't know, chat, if you feel like it's convoluted or not. Grape Shot drawn, so you can resolve Grape Shot now. Or die to Fluster. I both veiled and I could just easily recast the Grape Shot. So your smart remark is not as smart as you thought. But even if they flustered me, I could just let the fluster go. Grape Shot is gone. And we just endurance the Grape Shot back into my deck, draw towards the Grape Shot again, and win. So But Mystical Dispute and Spell Pierce hitting my song is a bit tough. Maybe I want the Spell Pierce on top of that, probably not, I don't know. Just won a game in Vintage doing the morning store for Ledger Shot, that'd be pretty funny. Awkward hand. So I can keep it, we can bobble offer, have 3 mana. I think that's not super. This has sung already, that's good. Then you can Profane Tutor for something. Damn, this deck is not that bad, chat. Despite the fact that it is quite bad, it is not that bad. Guess I have to put back a card though. And is it gonna be Profane Tutor? Or maybe an offer you can refuse? I think we're gonna put back an offer. Okay, so I can have a forest with 2 sprawls. To save life, forest, name black. I guess. Not sure. We can... Yeah, name black is good. Although, if you want to name blue with sprawl, we need to do it on the stomping ground now, which then would fall off with Blood Moon. How does this deck beat a Narset? It probably doesn't, but I think it wins despite Narset being a card that's been printed because nobody plays it. Wow, Engine Explosives on 1, but they actually fail and put it on 0. That's convenient. You also got a 1-lander, so all around an interesting turn. I can get my treasure though, so it's not clear cut that you want to do it this way. Also, nice keep, opponent. And before a big bluff, second explosives. I think I would manage a bluff this big. This doesn't actually protect me from counter spell right now. They have Spell Pierce.
He's a phenomenal control
But
player.
I guess for Spell Pierce you can pay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
They have Dispute we're going to offer, I guess, and that's gonna suck. But if they have Spell Pierce, then it's gonna be okay. Because next turn we have the Tutor coming off and we have the Striked Ridge. Will you consider adding more copies of Endurance to the main? Has fringe benefits against so many decks. Honestly, might be okay. And then you have the backup plan of going Sprawl into Endurance, beat down. So maybe that's the smartest way to build it. Sir Chibis, TMCG, thank you very much for your subscriptions. Gonna find Veil of that probably. And thank you everybody for the subs, very nice of you. Imagine if Eon Zero popped lands, that would be neat. So do you think the game of Magic the Gathering Modern will be a better game had Eon Zero popped lands? Or would it be a worse game? I think I prefer it the way it is out of those two. To be frank. Probably lots of Urza Saga. Why exactly? Can pop it before it gains the mana ability. Seems kinda weird. Wait, we won? Yeah, easily. Easily. Whenever somebody says that Modern needs Wasteland, they secretly out themselves as Giga Cringe Lords. So keep that in mind. Lotus Bloom. Okay, so it's Tameshi combo. Let's not rush things, but let's maybe rush things a little bit. Not sure if I want to Monomorphose immediately. Think I probably do to hit a 0-drop a bit more often. It's turn to Song, but it's hardly a turn to win. So it's kinda risky to even do this, but I think I'll pass. The Pact of Negation not super likely to be good enough for me to win. But we have the Mishra's Bubbles to redraw. Did I not play Mishra's Bubble in like earlier Song of Creation versions? This card sounds pretty insane. You can store a card through your discard. Also, would Song of Creation be cooler if it would say your maximum hand size is 0 instead of the trigger end of turn? I guess I will not redraw the Monomorphose if I counter it. Terrible draws. I mean, it is kinda common for the draws to be terrible, so I'm sensing a theme here. That maybe it's not the draws that are terrible. What they're doing for 2 mana. Eladrami, sure. Yeah, tutor has not been good at all. Brazil Borrower. Facts. What if you don't use Profane Tutor, but instead use Commune with Spirits to find Song of Creation, play Endurance, more Endurance maybe? More 0 drops. What are they waiting with the Brazil Borrower? Bounce in your upkeep, sure bro, like wow. Really good timing. They play around Force of Will, yeah, sure. Will they? Being got punished for not waiting a little bit. Also the tutor is just not so Gucci. Can also play Fury in this deck. Why do you have 2 planes? What the heck are they playing? I assume it's Tameshi, but is it? Is Tameshi, yeah. 2 planes Tameshi. They interacted and they kill me now on turn 4. Insane. Let's see if they kill me though. Not a guarantee. They cast anything relevant. Well, it's not a matter of resiliency, rather the fact that I failed to perform my combo, right? It just didn't function. Because I think there's too few 0 drops in this deck, maybe.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Smile.
I think I just rushed stuff, chat. I would try not Serum Visions actually, but Commune with Spirits, I think. Looks for deep and pulses for the song. I think if you don't want to play song in these spots, you should build your deck differently. Yeah, which would be not to play Profane, but play Commune. And maybe like more endurance because more cheap free cards. Abandon Harvest? No. Abandon Harvest doesn't search that well. Run for your life. And he has 16 lands, but we have commune to find an extra land. Maybe one extra land, but how many 0-drops we've got now? 18. True. 0-drops. Kotek. No ritual. What ritual do you want? Manamorphose looks stinky. Yeah, it's possible you might not want to play Manamorphose, that's true. So playing a Stamemeshi. What does Stamemeshi do to me? Can I enable emotes? There is a channel point reward for enabling emotes. Really a 70V? Yeah, but it's like a third party thing. I agree, Perfeintor does not seem great. Do you think they'll have counter magic? Or what, some other sorts of effects? Someone suggested Glittering Wish earlier. Yeah, Glittering Wish is fine. More counters. The counter is like the creature is not gonna even survive, so I don't think it's actually good. Have a DK to interact. I don't know what else to do. I think she's reading into that Pac-Man a bit too much. Why keep the sand? Well, I have the song, I have this. Seems like a fine keep.
Would something like 240's main make sense? I would not splash for 40's, I think. And I don't think it makes like super much sense. There are ways to push through the combo, right? The counter spells, 8 counter spells, offers and pacts to resolve the song. On 7TV looks so much better. But it's kinda not the point, right? I'm looking forward to your delivery from my Japan. It's usually far away. It's an honor to play against you today. Thanks. I'm not sure I understand, but I assume my opponent's English is not first language, so that might be why. Delivery is stream. Oh, okay. The fair incoming. No, it's not gonna be into fairies. See, it's tireless tracker. I did like the high -75. What do you think? What exactly did you like about it? What like made you? What aspects did you find good? So we keep the sprawl for the next turn. We can have song. So we keep it for the next turn. I think we want an extra fetchable too. I don't know if it's Ferret Forest maybe. TBH. For the... probably not. Just play 2 copies of the Shocklands. Sometimes ramping to have my Nelly and casting pack can win games, yeah. So I just had a game where I ramped into Hive Mind, casted, and I didn't win game, and that kinda put me off of it. Maybe a Triumph. A Kedia Triumph is not too bad, I guess. I think an offer you can refuse might be a good addition to Modern Oops. That seems tough to fit. I don't know how you imagine that. But I think no Triumph because you don't want to have it in your hand and be tapped. It's just too bad. Do I deliver in Japan? You can watch my stream in Japan, yeah. Cedric in the chat said that in Japanese like delivery equals stream, so it's kind of weird, you know, differently said word, I guess. I'll play a larger modern event next week. Await your subscription only GLS guides soon. Probably should have played the Veran Catacombs first, because now I can get interrupted by Boseju.
Am I big in Japan? I'm slightly existing in Japan, I think. I know I have some Japanese fans. Interaction sometimes limited, but I know they exist. Terasaka is a bit puzzling. I don't quite understand what it's doing here. My gangster rapper, sure. Deal 20 just in case. We can, you know, cast it again if needed be. And the precision seems kinda admirable. Go canister power deck. Exactly. I don't know if I need the DKs. It's pretty hard to tell. Let's have the extra endurance because that makes my combo like the most functional. Not sure if Manamorpho is stinky or not. It digs for your deck too a little bit. Seems pretty unnecessary. It does not actually provide like much. Once you have 2 mana with the song, that's like typically it's hard to get to that point more so. You're basically playing Cheerios with a much weaker engine now. I don't know. I'm playing a combo deck with a Song of Creation that basically says win the game, more or less. That also has 8 counter spells to protect the combo, so I don't know if what you're saying is true. Yeah, there's like plenty other 0 draws you could play. Everflowing Charge is probably like the next best.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Profaintor is just not fitting. Well, it's gonna be good this game. Probably. Said Slam, thank you very much for your Prime Gaming sub. It's really bad to draw it if I get the ferried. Seems like the sub guy is getting people to sub. Yeah, there's gonna be a living end one. Fuck, the ferry incoming. Shit. Yes, reshuffle that. Right now, the fetch for the Triumph. Yeah, I would have, but it also I don't think it would be very relevant. Maybe opponent has the ferry anyways, though. Thing is that I'll die to the Tameshi before I can combo. No, actually I won't. Damn. This is a problem that this guy is so tough to win through. And that's a problem for Tutor too. I mean, we can combo through it, but it's actually much harder. Gutshot. Well, Gutshot works against the Fairy Plus, not minus. Why not Grapeshot the Fairy? Well, I'm thinking about it. I'm not Grapeshotting the Fairy, but if I Grapeshot the Fairy, then my opponent will play Tameshi, and I will actually never win. Because the Lotus is coming off. Just tough.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Wait, he had a Tutor coming, so I can actually maybe win next turn. Or I can find a DK for the Tameshi my opponent plays it. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna get the Tutor for this, so this seems worth. Kwabachi, thank you very much for your subscription. One more and you get to 20. And after 20, nothing special will happen, but I'll be a bit happy. So, might be worth it still. Didn't play Tameshi, so that's okay for me. I'm gonna get silence or something. Seems like though. My point was paying costs. Ow, ow, ow. How do you win with Grapeshot in the yard? I have Endurance in the deck, it's not a problem. Kurde, nie gryź mnie, byku. Padaj stąd, jak masz nie gryźć. Bez powodu mnie gryziesz. Dziku. Not cool. Thing is, what is good to grab for me here? It's probably Song. Because we can actually go get there this turn. If we get lucky and we draw, okay, that's alive. Kinda. It's not really. The Endurance interact positively with their combo? Somewhat, yeah. So Eileen would have been better. Alright, so we can't combo this turn, but what we can do is we can use Endurance to interrupt them next turn. And pay for it. Which is costly. Because I'll have to pitch my song. No, you don't need to pitch the song. Maybe I messed up. Maybe I should have named Blue. How can I see the guide, please? Subscribe to my channel, join my Discord, and follow the instructions in the Discord.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Well, you can't use the offer, you can refuse on Tameshi because it's kind of target non-creature spell, and Tameshi is a creature. Thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, join a Discord and you're gonna be able to see the living end guide for it here. I think I messed up here a bit. I'll name Blue and I'll pass now, and can technically break their combo if they go for it. I guess the song will have to go to endurance pitch, which is tough. Maybe it would be just a better idea to offer this, hope they don't have the payoff for the Tameshi. They have the mana but no payoff. That can also happen. Also should have enchanted the breeding pool. Alright, silence gonna kill me.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Are there any phenomenal control players in this stream?
Yeah, okay. I'll die. Don't look like you are having fun playing this game intended for people to have fun. No, I do have fun. I just have my face looks like, so thank you, bro. Looks like this deck dies to a lot. Yeah, I mean, same is true about my opponent's deck, but we're working through the problems. How do we pay for the pact with the endurance line? The line was my opponent Tameshi and tries to return Lotus. I cast Summoner's Pact, then I Pact of Negation my Summoner's Pact, then an offer you can refuse my Pact of Negation. Then I grab Endurance from my deck, and I have 2 treasures laying over. So next turn I have 5 mana, and I evoke Endurance with a Song of Creation. So actually a better line would have been to cast both Pacts on my Summoner's Pact, and offer you can refuse both of my Pact of Negations. No, but I can't have double blue. So I think the mistake here was should have tapped Forest to enchant Breeding Pool, name Blue, then have 2 blue available from my land, then go Summoner's Pact, Negation, counter, Pacts of Negations, get the Endurance, have 4 mana. Same thing though. Negotiation, yeah, sorry. Shit. Scam train soon, bros. S. Lomao, thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated. I think this deck super often looks like it dies to not hitting its land drops, so Commune should help hitting you a land drop some portion of the time. How likely are you even to hit though, because you have 26 hits, so... Okay, so you're not super lucky to miss with Commune. 10%. But playing one Abundant Harvest was like 17 13th land work. Yeah, maybe, but I think you want more lands, not less, actually. In this deck. PRC. Fury is not super because it doesn't have that many PHS in this deck actually, so... I'm sure it's the greatest way. Could play the extra bad cards, Green Adventure, Rose on Acolyte. We could, but also I think it's better to avoid that. Unwishing Plague, very wholesome name. Thank you for the sub. Ragavan for 24 tickets. This is scam, kind of a scam. Also, why is Commune with Nature? Why does Commune with Nature and Commune with Gods look at 5 cards? But Commune with Dinosaurs also looks at 5, but then Commune with Spirits looks at 4. Kinda unfair. And why can't you get a Spirit with it? Okay, so you got defeated. Dinosaur better than Spirit. Well, it seems like Dinosaur is worse than Spirit because the cantrip supporting it is stronger. So I'll take a bathroom break and I'll be back in a few minutes. Then we're gonna finish this league. Maybe we can get a 3-2. Maybe we can get a 1-4.
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
Mikachmbg and Dionysius Thy God. Thank you for the subscriptions. What set has this expansion symbol? A hammer? Damn. Urza's Legacy. Bros, you played during Urza's Legacy? Also, hours ago I was asked to add this. Actually, I don't see the emotes myself. Do I enable it to my... Do I need to install something to see it? Yeah, but the
He's a
70
phenomenal
BTV, yes.
control player.
Every day I'm canister in. Less than 3.
Right, I installed it. Less than 3. Thank you for the sub. Yes, I see it now. What's the name of this long emote? Like... I have song in my hand, so I'll keep. Crashing Footfalls. They probably won't have 2 counter magics. I don't think I want to use an offer on them. I'm gonna use it to protect the song. Okay. Guess I can force my Noctis Revival. But then they use a force, so it's fine. Oh yeah. Next time you play song with an offer that they cannot refuse. Maybe have 2 forces. Post-sport they could have dispute too, but you know. I think I should play fetch plus red source here. No, I want a fetch to be able to strike a dodge after this resolves.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Seems like pretty clear to me that that's like way preferable, but awkward. Can get Cantor or Endurance, well, depending what we see. Okay, not gonna get Cantor anymore, but obviously not needed. What mana you flood with Endurance? It's tough. With Monomorphos, let's go Endurance first to see more cards. Tricky. Can I name green, red to be able to cast flashback of the card. Probably better than suspending the tutor, yeah. Yeah, the storm count is pretty tough. I guess if I don't name... You have to, like, I mean, if we draw offer, we can't draw mana now. Just name black, I guess. Maybe name green to play around Blood Moon. TBH probably more relevant. That is true that tracing back the storm count seems impossible. Noggle is good because it stores a draw for the next turn. But we whiffed. We have a pack to pay for. Imagine breaking. Yeah, I can. It is pretty hard to imagine not breaking with this deck at times. Space Guy J, thank you. Esp 2. Alright, you can do it now. They did play out an Otawara, which seems kinda sus. Why would they? Seems like something that houses my draw pretty hard. 1-2 is deck tier 0. Yeah. I pass. Summon the Dynamos. It does not result with a 16 card sideboard. Your companion is amongst your 15 cards in your sideboard. If you play 16 card sideboard because your companion is outside of it, then you're just doing a different thing that you shouldn't be doing. They didn't bounce my song, which is weird, but... Come on! The fucking tutor, bros. So bad. Insane. I'm just cutting the tutors. They just don't function. Person made a mistake, resulting in 15 plus the companion. Well, that means they sideboarded down to 59 cards, right? Or that they like sideboarded to more cards in the sideboard than they're allowed to be. But it's like just the same mistake as sideboarding down to 57 cards instead of 260. The companion has nothing to do with it, I think. What a juicy hand. Do I like Lothar? Not really. I feel fairly indifferent towards Lothar. Well, your article was dope. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad if it was able to present you with some useful ideas. The endurance will not win against the Rhinos deck in any capacity, so I think casting it is of no use. Meow! This deck does miss Kinnan, yeah. Mox Amber. The local scene has a Discord for which I curate a lot of the resources for learning and improving. That article was an awesome inclusion. That's great. Okay, next turn with Val. Will the cats learn to pilot Tron soon? They already can. Alright, actually joking, they can't play Tron.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I'm known for my excellent timing, says opponent. Puletao, thank you very much for your supportage. Yeah, they did wait. I mean, I'm laughing. I don't know. I don't have stuff that would interrupt them in my deck, right? So. Oh no, if they have Vigor, I'm gonna die to it. Fuck. How vigorous. I can draw an offer I can refuse, though. Although I pitched my... I pitched my wild counter, which means I will not be able to win this turn. I think I can't win this turn. With no counter. Can convert the green mana into 2 mana. Isn't bad to shuffle those lands in again. Yeah, I guess. Oops. Your world is doomed, chat. Vigor being good against my deck is a bit tough. They can pact on negation it, so. It's fine, but there is many problems. Last time they just didn't use a Brazen Borrower. So you can maybe still combo off. You have 2 draws. We just need to draw some spells and then draw some spells off of them. Oh, that's a good spell to draw. Hello, Mr. Streamer. I heard you like to win with Grixis. Yeah, I do. No, they did not do that yet. This opponent has played Otawara as their 4th land with treasures laying around against the Song and didn't bounce it. Song of Creation plus Moderation sounds exquisite. Good thing I bought it in the second Endurance because I mistakenly shuffled the other one. Can you make a high enough Storm? Yeah, I have Endurance. Wait, can we? Did I just deck? I did not know. But putting extra cards in my graveyard means... you know, drawing many cards. So I guess playing the second song was bad. No, I did not mess it up, no. I did not almost mess it up, I think I did mess it up. I mean, I did not, because I can win. Osage the song, you can't... It's 15 Storm. Yes, Grape Shot, Noxious Grape Shot. So those draws we don't even need to resolve them because they'll die with the grapes on the stack. I think this deck is clearly functional enough to win games. Playing 2 songs though is pretty risky and probably shouldn't do that. Although you don't have access to Infinite Storm because you draw 2 cards, but you need to cast a card to put a card into your graveyard. Times 1. That seems like a small issue, I guess. They don't have Infinite Storm, but it's probably not a big issue. They clearly, if you don't play out the second song, you should have very high Storm. Second is Lotus Petal. Definitely would be very happy to play Lotus Petal net, yeah. What would happen to Modern if they would print a Lotus Petal in the chat? But they would call it Treasure. And it would be a treasure token for 0 mana. Settle for Mox. Mox would be pretty fine in this too, but would need to think about how to enable it. 10-1 Dash Ragavan, I doubt it. Underworld Breach would be a very good card. Probably, yeah. Yeah, Underworld Breach actually just struggles to make mana from the graveyard. Ancient Tomb in MH3 to counter Ragavan 100%. How does Ancient Tomb actually do that? Broken with Academy Manufactor, yeah. Neoform would produce KCI meta, and Neoform kind of sucks still, but it would be better. Charleston 1. Charleston 1 is not a good play on your opponent, just play the Ragavan, though. I think that's a fatal flaw in your assumption. Yeah, a lot of spells is awesome in Neoform. Like in Legacy Neoform, you get not to play a win con. It's funny. Did you name Blue Sprawl? Yes, intentionally. Because I wanted to be able to offer twice if they cast a spell. No, I can't offer twice. Well, I can. With the second pact. And they kill my Sprawl. This is so sad. Rip in peace, Sprawl. I agree. Be tiny bit better to have it on the other thing. They're gonna force your petals, maybe. Oh, they could also force my Song of Creation. Okay, fine. Can try another again next turn. . No kurwa, odpierdol się, byku, no. It's so bad that we put the sprawl on this, I think. On the non-forest, because now we just can't cast. It's fine, they don't have rhinos. Okay, yeah. If they don't have rhinos, they probably have, you know, another dispute. They pitch a dispute to negation, or they push to vigor outburst. What's European Magus of the Moon Cascade decks? What's in playable in Living End? It's fine in rhinos. Alright, we need lots of luck to win, but we can win. I'm going to update the Urza deck? Not really. Ooh, that's step one, kinda, sort of. I mean, maybe they have more forces, 4 cents, but... Yeah, Endurance is super good. We have so many zeros now. How does he make mana? I play land, then I play Strike Dredge. Then I go Float Blue, then I go Summer's Pact. Then I go Pact of Negation, my Summer's Pact. Then I go Offer You Can Refuse the Pact of Negation. Pow, now I have 2 treasures. Fetch Endurance. So he made mana. Is Birgi awful? Well, Birgi is like... It's Baral, right? Needs to just survive. They're gonna have 3 mana. And 4 mana. Can nuke their board? Well, maybe, but also I can win. It's a pretty clean win on the endurance looping. That's like pretty with that card though. And this deck also always struggled with the win con being a bit unclean, a little bit not PogChamp, a little bit awkward. So that was a pretty solid win. Like we got Magus on our Utopia Sprawl, we got Negation, Vigor on 2 treasures, and then we actually won because my opponent had to pitch away the Rhinos for the thing. Scatchshot playable, 0 mana and kill Rags? Maybe. It doesn't seem like that super bad actually. At least it's a cyborg tech. At least it's a cyborg tech, like probably Gutshot is better than the Furies. So the fact you pass from graveyard makes deck soft to both graveyard hate, vigors, and counter spells. Well, you don't really. I don't think you're weak to graveyard hate. What kind of graveyard hate are you weak to? Because you're weak to graveyard hate at the point where you already can like fight through it. And you don't need to be weak to leyline because you can manually Grapeshot without the endurance thing for 20 a portion of the time. But I guess technically there might be scenarios where you lose to Reap. This is the kind of a deck Folklore can't beat. We lost to Folklore. I think I got a slightly unlucky and the version was a little bit bad too. But now it's 23 spells instead of like whatever we're playing right now, which is way fewer than 23 spells. And also Pact is double 3 spell, that's just pretty neat all around. But right now it's 12, 13, 14, it's 15. So it's plus 5 free spells. So that should help a lot in like not getting choked on manas. This deck looks somewhat less consistent than regular Storm, sure, maybe. Not convinced by Profane Tutor. No, it hasn't been good. I cut it in the version. Endurance also removes out of the awkwardness of Monomorphos. In what way? Astrology lands, planes, but it's a Cancer. Why is it a planes? But don't they make just Evany land, plain, forest, etc.? What about the Kami pitch to gain life card that's used in Neoform? Yeah, I mean, I just cut Manamorphose from here for now, but maybe it's good to play. Because not Manamorphose, when you draw it normally, it actually draws cards, so it's pretty convenient. And I guess Manamorphose actually does let you play Gutch Fury. It's enough red, kinda. Moonblast Cleric to tutor for Song. That doesn't seem very good. Well, you want Nourishing Shoal. How expensive are the cards in this deck? You're gonna gain 1 life from Nourishing Shoal. That's not very good. Alright, in 2 minutes you're gonna finish the league and you're gonna go 3-2 the old version, I guess. 3-2. Maybe 3-2 if we succeed, but probably not. Morning Kaneki, it's 4 p.m. Popper Cycling Storm, how does it even win? Morning for me, bro. Sure. Gacha's probably better than Noxious. Can kill him minus the fairy, and like if you have endurance, you don't need the Noxious. Lavinia would be tough. How to kill Lavinia? Ken Fury, awkward. I guess you just Veil of Summer. It's not, it doesn't sound super bad. Alliance Sanctity is also always in the cyber of those decks. I never bought it in. I think it's kind of terrible, to be frank. Do I want Fluster Storms? Not really. Why? I'll just say Bolt. In case the opponent has Fluster. Well, they can Fluster the song, so. Suppose Spell Pierces more reach when you're trying to get going. Yeah, kinda. Let's have 2 bolts. Will I gift you us with a 2x2 draft? I actually drafted 2x2 and I went 2-1 in the morning, the first thing in the stream, so you can watch the VOD later, but I'll not play it again because I'm busy doing stuff with an offer you can refuse, etc. How much better would Demonic Tutor be than Profane Tutor on this deck, chat? Would Demonic would actually be the niece, beast niece, as they say? I think this is really funny when you do that, actually. When you do the like +2 mana play. Bro, don't kill me next turn. Should wait a second before countering your own thing to leave your opponent confused for longer. True. GG, yeah. GG, yeah. No kurwa, nie. 2 hammers? Come on. It's fine, we can survive a hammer hit. I got mad, but we can endurance and block the bigger creature and we don't die to the one. Tutor for someone needed on color. But Sterling Grove is white, so it's not on color. But maybe that's a way to tutor the thing. Bro, it's outrageous. Well, it's green white, so it's white, so it's not on color. This is outrageous. Like, we can survive here, but it's gonna be super hard to combo because of that. Like, any piece of that not being present, and we will find, so point kinda through the nuts. Can still try 0-drop and come pop off draw. Cool under Paladin, awesome. Pay 21 generic mana, no. 0-drop, no, Boseju, okay. Awesome. Awesome, bro, cool game, cool draw. We want Abru DK, we want the Endurance. This matchup Profane Tutor maybe is okay, but it's kinda weak. To Lavinia too, so is Fury, but... Oh shit. You're on the play, yeah. A good point, I took out the Tome because of the tutors, but then brought the DKs. Almost put myself in a tough spot. Sun is not excellent, probably better to Morgan than keep. Hammer Urza's Legacy, what put? Oh shucks, let's see, fast draw. But we can draw a land and win, I believe. I see the link to the Pauper Storm and Imposing Vantazor, yeah. Repository Scab. When it exploits a creature, return instant sorcery, okay. Pay 1 life, black, pay 1, add 1 mana of any color, okay. And Ripping the Graves for the super draw spell. And Songs of the Damned. Seems pretty strong against, but not against Relgo Progentus. Grizzly Survivor. +2/+0, damn, what a plan. Yeah, I think it wins with Stinger Pinks. Land. Actually gonna win this turn, seems like. Damn, this pact into endurance thing, that's like just really nice because it does happen a lot, seems like, during the early stages of the combo, and it's a good thing. Pact for endurance, just guaranteeing an extra spell. That's green. So now we just grab 2 endurances from the deck. Cantor. Red. Strike. Bobble. Kinda we think. Let's do with the bobble on the stack. Can kill Thoptrev Loop Furies. Yeah, but like not realistically. Any chance we draft 2 GMX on stream? We already drafted earlier today. I packed it a few times already, so we are forced to go off this turn, right? So might as well. I ended with many Cryptic Spires in my deck. Crypto deck, funny. Okay, we have a Lethal Storm and we have Grapeshot in hand. Jesus, but tracking this in paper. Kinda tough. Ale zawiało. Alright, no, maybe not difficult, but seems annoying that you have to, you know, make a dot every time you play a spell. And then, like, there is no... You can't trace back to how it was. What do you see? Here's Endurance. You may use it to destroy graveyard decks. Players, yes. Actually, I'll use it as a Sicko combo piece, true. Anyone knows what other guides are in the subscriber Discord? Just those two. Well, not two yet. There's an outdated Folklore Yorion one, but... I mean, it's like... Probably still has many truths in it. Maybe my hand wasn't a great escape. Cigar has 8, so I'm dead in 2 turns. Ace up. 8, hammer. 11. Let's go. Damn, another Sentino. Huh. What's GLS? Grixis Ledger Shredder. Some know it as GDS, but Ledger Shredder is the more important creature nowadays in it, so I name it this way. They want to cycle the Monomorphos to not let them kill me. Alright, let's go. It says free to cast, to strike, dredge. Anime, not anime. Exactly. It did sound like a little bit like that. Anime, not anime. So we're actually gonna free two with this deck. It's somewhat functional. Some problems, but I think the new version is gonna be better. All the pretty, you know, YOLO in terms of actually drawing the song. But once you draw it and it's not discarded, you have the packs to resolve it. Yeah, we're gonna play the new version. I originally wanted to play GLS, but this is just too based, I think. And I love combo decks that incorporate Pact of Negation into their combo. I think that's just a really strong thing as their combo piece. What made you pick GLS over Blue-Red Control? I like both decks. Both decks are pretty strong. I think GLS is a bit better at handling, non-handling even, Yorion. But it's possible that Blue-Red is a bit of a better deck generally. This deck has been around a bit. DT has been playing with it a while. Okay, I mean I played Song of Creation before, but it's like a better version than typically. He seemed like it would be higher upside random 0 than Chalice, true. But I think Gutshot. Yeah, offer you can refuse this. I haven't played since an offer, and the offer is just like makes the combo kind of clean because you can play Song of Creation with no land drops available left, and you no land drops left. And you can still combo from that. You can play one Commune of the Gods to help find song. Yeah, that's true. You can play like big cards that push to endurance. Maybe we can even fit to. Let's play one. Maybe one Mem Knight. Well, I mean, there's plenty of 1 mana cards that don't do anything, right? So I don't know what you want Mem Knight for. You can Summoner's Pact for Mem Knight, so it does not have that upside. You have 3 Gemstone Mine, but also Utopia Sprawl, so let's make sure that I'm not... Like, the Gemstone Mine is useful to have to hit a painless source of anything in your deck somewhere. Commune with Spirits whiffs a fair bit. Well, 10%. Maybe there's some other enchantments to play, but I can't think of any. It's probably no enchantments. And maybe Commune with the Gods is better than with Spirits, but it's just 1 mana. Enchantment or land, creature, or enchantment. No, this is not better. A 13 forest. Let's just add a forest. Any good answer to Leyline of Sanctity we can play? Force of Vigor. We can play Boseiju. Leyline of Sanctity, no one is gonna sideboard that against me and it doesn't do anything. Commune of the Gods surely wasn't Glittering Wish, right? Except that you play less Song of Creation. I will play 3 basic. Yeah, I will just play an extra fetch. Glittering Wish is probably terrible in practice. I don't want to be playing 4 Glittering Wish, it's just not good, right? No tutor? Spacebar question mark? Yeah, I just play a league with it and hated it. What is the next 24-hour stream goal? You want another 24-hour stream? Did you enjoy it, chat? Was it a good experience? Excellent content. It's pretty good. I'm not sure if I would want to do like 24-hour again. Probably would. Something like 20 sounded much better than 24. I did enjoy it, except for the last 4 hours. The last 4 hours were just kind of tiring. Although maybe that's the point. What about a subathon instead? A subathon sounds based, yeah. My worry would be to conduct a subathon and then it would fail like really badly, and I'll like get 10 subs and it would last for like 40 minutes. And then it would be kind of lame, right? Is GameStone Cavern good enough? Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit all in, carrot fits. If you do a subathon, do it in September when the price is cheaper. Damn, that's 5 head. That's also true. I didn't have the GameStone Mine Caverns be good for me, yes, actually. So the ferry is a bit of a problem for this deck, and how to solve it. Waterlogged Grove over mines. No, the mines' purpose is to have a painless land that produces mana of the proper color. Was the painlessness ever relevant? I can easily construct a scenario where it is. I guess you can use counter to convert forest into that, but you fetch forest, so it doesn't always work. Also, Druid was painless, that was cool. It's the same problem all your breach decks had, where there's no good solution to Teferino. Mine collapse is the answer to Teferi. Why? I'm sure. Why not? I mean, I think Spell Piece is probably a better one. Mine collapse. Nice. Well, the bad enchantment triggers at the end of your turn. You want to be like during your combo, draw the mine collapse, kill the fairy, and then you can produce mana. So I think the mine collapse is actually kinda based. In a way. You can also sidestep the fairy by having an extra land in play for the grape shot. Well, you also care about the fact that the fairy doesn't let you protect your combo with Pact, but that is tough luck, I guess, and you can live with that. Probably cut the Gamestone Caverns for an extra fetch, yeah. 9 fetch. Because Utopia Sprawl just needs to work. And then you have 15 forest. Maybe even 16 would be nice, but Community Spirits is also more forests. So Vigor is a problem, but you can Pact of Negation that mid-combo. We have resources to kickstart. Having less fetches is also good when you go Song and you want to follow up with a land. Sometimes that happened when I played a land, I fetched to prepare the mana and they forced in that time window, so then I missed out on the mana. Let's try it like this. Seems like incorporate most of the ideas I had. Could just go up to 3 of each shock. Yeah, it's kind of stinky. Because then mana is also bad, right? Gets worse. Alright, let's go. Canister wins the match. Will he win more? Song of Creation, bros. I think this is a vast improvement over the last version. It does seem like that to me too. The Endurance was just so good at comboing, and Profane Tutor was like it had its moments when it did fetch for the Song of Creation, but need to figure out a deck you to play on a no banlist modern. At my LGS you can play Amulet Titan. It's actually not has some many banned cards. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than Cloudpost, but honestly it might be because Cloudpost seems super slow. And Amulet is like trying to win against Cloudpost, and also is a Field of the Diagram deck to go over Eldrazi, etc. And if you really want to, you can play one stage, one Marid Lage, and make Marid Lage from your Titan. Too. Although that's not very good against Zoko. Counter is also really good in here. You land on only one copy. Why do you think it's really good? Because I don't think playing the counter and ramping with it is a great plan. Because it's just so fragile. Keep. Oh yeah, Chalice is actually kind of good against this deck too. That's the problem. And to an extent, it does not need to be that good. So I just want one counter to be able to Summoner's Pact for, because Endurance needs another green card and counter does not.
He's a phenomenal control player.
So like I don't see what would push me towards playing more counters except hardcasting them, but doesn't seem that good to me. Excellent post song. I mean, it's fine. Post. It's a 0 mana card post song. Guess Cascadex can have Tormod Script and EE respectively. That's true. Smabus, thank you very much for your subscription. Hype for the GLS guide tonight. Yeah, it's coming slowly after this league as I finish, and then I'll go sit and write it. Yes, Cascadex you can have Tormod Script and E respectively. That's true. They work in the combo. Also, can kill Chalice with EE, kinda. Have I made any big updates to the list at all? I have not made big updates now. Consider instead sitting on the couch and playing Switch instead. Yeah, probably not. Opponent did not cast the Living End. Why? Personally, I would have cast the Living End. Do you want to put a fetch on top or just risk it? Because then you can... You don't need to, I think. We can just draw a land. Or a sprawl. He said enchant is high. Maybe that's why. True, maybe. Oof, not missing, not whiffing. Was close. Na 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 na. See, my opponent is playing exquisitely. Should you have Nox Survival land to ensure you could cast Song while they were tapped out? With its Living End, doesn't matter if they're tapped out or not, right? So I considered that, but thought that if I hit a land, I will actually combo off with the Song. Rather than not, so that was my view. Pitch. Let's try again next turn. They might have two forces. Sure, they might, but like fight for two forces anyways, right? With like Song number 1 and Song number 1 and this. I would have did that if my opponent actually resolved the Living End. Imagine how much easier this would be if they didn't play any grief through. You have 3 forces, bro. No. Okay, scoop. I have 3 forces, but cycle a lot of blue cards, maybe. I'm approximately 1 hour from getting points for a react, and now I need to find something worth reacting to. You can also save the points and just try to find a moment where it's gonna be actually worth it. Got shots, kinda poor. I have the pelt spell piece, but I don't think I actually want to bother then. Guess let's just do this. What do you think about this deck? Could be legit. Well, it seems relatively functional. What high fun means, I think... I don't know. Still wondering myself about that.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I will wait even faster for my 25k points. Tie for the content, Canny.
Thank you. Chad, we're at 30 out of 20 sub goal. Very based. Very quite based. Cap. Song and opening hand. Gargoyle. Maniac. Maniac. This is the focal clear we need in this format. Probably not. I think this is like a funny, non-super functional deck. But I think it's also based, so I enjoy playing it. Let's cast Commune with Spirit and hit Utopia Sprawl and actually fetch. I can play this song with Veil next turn. And actually combo. Damn, this thing has some base openings. It's gonna be turn 3. We are like all the time well protected from Grief Edge. There you go. Shardless Agent. They flipped for negation, so they don't have negation. They have FOV. Where do you see the FOV? In hand. How do you know that? I think it's possible. Also given their moves in the game, but doesn't seem to be the case actually. Sex seems much better at winning a triple song than previous iteration. Yeah, the tutors were really bad at that. Seems like they don't have vigor though, despite what Twitch chatters claimed. No one of evokes descent on the sideboard. Why? Because of the pact? I don't think it's like realistic to do that. I don't think it really matters. So yeah, no. I guess I don't have it. Yeah, maybe it's like nice to have access to, but also I don't know. I can think of many disenchants that are particularly enchantments that is particularly problematic for this deck. Toofy BJ status, nice. Crack, rumble, traditore della patria. What's traditore della patria? It's like the anthem, first words. I think this is broken, you're right, Mr. Duct Tape. Traitor of the Homeland, okay. This is so funny because they get so mad about the pasta being eaten, cracked, right? Lamau. Cringe. Italians more like cringe aliens. Can you again find with 0 cards in library? I have endurance. So I probably will not have 0 cards in my library. Yeah, I know I have Grapeshot in hand. Yes, I do. I do know that. So like depends, if you have 0 cards and cast Grape Shot, you win with the Grape Shots before the draw spell resolves, but you can't cast anything else because you'll deck. But there's 4 endurances, so you will never be in a spot where you like your deck is ordered in such a way that you can't win. Are the Poland Ball comics popular in EU, or is it just a NA thing? I don't know if I would say popular, but I have encountered them before, and they do kind of exist. But maybe most
He's
like
a
a decade ago
phenomenal
than
control player.
nowadays. Chocolate Attack, thank you for your base subscription. Unsubbed, you don't like to have your pasta broken. Cringe. I mean, I do find it weird, like why would someone break the pasta, but if they really want to, then it is their freedom, I guess. Can you somehow make an infinite loop to generate infinite storm? No, you're limited by the amount of green cards in your deck, so you can't beat infinite life. If you want to beat infinite life, you'd need to play Hive Mind, probably. Because Oracle is gonna be hard to land with exactly 0 cards in hand, I think. Although you don't need exactly 0 cards, you need like 3 cards, it's fine too. Probably Multi-Song, this hand is not excellent. Could just play Labman over Oracle. Yeah, sure. I think Grape Shot is pretty decent when you draw it though. So I think that's a nice upside. Mountain Vial, what is this? Goblins? Mind Goblins? TFW, no song. No, I don't find Breaking Spaghetti cringe, I find it weird. Or rather, it's not something I would think of, but that's just because at my home, people never did that. Probably should have cast this Pro first. I have a weak internet connection. I'm watching the stream in 360p. Can you read the name and effect of all the cards played? No, not really. Unsubbed. Shit. Conspicuous Snoop. Alright, we have to find the effect right now or we're gonna die to Conspicuous Snoop. Let's go, Song of Creation. Damn, bros. Actually successful, lol. I mean, we looked at so many cards, we are bound to draw it, so. It's 3 different pacts. I don't know which one's better to lead on. So you can take Wild Counter over the second Endurance. It's probably better. Chat, this deck actually just combos off with the song easily. This is base. I hope I win this turn today. Yeah, the next upkeep is gonna be pretty lengthy. Song is finally the Firewall Canister card, finally. Let's see if they have some hate. Sure. They just went F6. And we all just avoiding the next upkeep in life. True. Kinda. This is like reverse KCI, because when you play KCI, KCI was all the mana and you needed your entire deck to be all the card draw. But here, Saga of Creation is all the card draw and you need all of your other deck to be all the mana. Reverse KCI because KCI was base and this is cringe too. We can say that too, although that's not a very charitable analysis of what is happening. That's fair one. Cringe CI. You're so funny, bros. Same targets. Same targets. Same targets. Okay, begin sideboarding. Against goblins, we want Fury. Maybe want Ball to survive a bit. Maybe want Mind Collapse, but probably not. Still have a land drop, lol. I did not know. I have one extra land drop and I spent one of them. So I think an issue for this deck is gonna be Chalice. I didn't think of that much. But is it? No, Chalice is actually fine. You just can cast your spells. No, Chalice is not an issue. It doesn't do anything when it's on 0. What's the plan versus White Leyline? You can Boseiju it. But also nobody plays it and nobody's gonna bring it you versus you. Side a Boseiju here, yeah, that makes sense. So against goblins with no counter magic, we probably want like less Pact of Negotiation. What's the plan versus the green ley line? Need 2 gachas to kill their creatures, yeah. What's the green ley line? Yeah, we can board the Chalice for the Veil for that, but we're not worried about that. I think I want to keep 1 Pact of Negotiation in case of stuff. I cut the commune post-board. It is an okay hand, sort of. Not really. I mean, we can use this and this for mana. This to find song, and we have like free spell to start. The offer you can refuse, like turn 1, make 2 treasures, jump into 4 immediately. End of your opponent's turn, so it's unsuspected. It's actually a surprisingly powerful move. We don't have the song, so you're gonna die. Let's not take the flash to not shuffle. Of all the commonly played cards, I'd imagine Karn 4 and Teferi would be the issues. Why would Karn 4? Oh, because of the treasures. Yeah, Karn sucks. Which is why you need the Mind Collapse. Karn pluses up to 6 though, does it? Why does it plus up to 6? That's not cool. Goblin Thrashmaster. Curious if Foul-Blown Graveyard Hate would be an issue for this deck. Well, you don't really need to reshuffle your graveyard. You need to... Like, the Endurance is more so as a free spell. Like, you should be able to combo off through that most of the time, I think. That's my feeling. Why don't we play Fury and attack them? Probably next turn. And they play the Lord. Can kill the Hierarch and the Lord. Yeah, Fury Beast plan B. Kinda real. Then you can pact for a endurance to beat them harder. Machora. Okay, no need. Yeah, Boseiju would be an issue because Boseiju can counter with the counter spells, so I don't know what to do about that. I don't think there is anything that really works against Boseiju. No, opponent knows they're dead, but they want to watch a bit. They are a watcher. Selling Grove, haha. Yeah, well that does work against Boseiju, it seems. When it shows on 0, I'm does not actually like you should be able to combo through a chess on 0 on board, yeah. Yeah, because chess on 0 does not stop the drawing, you don't actually need to. Well, it does weaken the Summoner's Pact a little bit. That's kinda it, and you can still an offer you can refuse through the chess on 0, so it's actually fine. So the chess on 0 is actually not a problem. Although it makes you draw like one less endurance with each Summoner's Pact, so it does weaken your Summoner's Pact from a draw from a draw 3 to a draw 2, I guess. And Charles on 1 would be a problem and you'd need to Boseiju it. Can I show the Vengevine Shredder deck? Vengevine Shredder. It is untested, so I don't know if it's any good. It probably is not. But the probably choice on 1 is like the problematic chalice. Although you can like play through it if you have an extra land drop save too, so. If you can just cast the 0 drops, although you have less cards in your deck to cast because you can't cast the ones that replace themselves with treasures unless you lose mana. We're actually 2-0 broskis. Song of Creation. You have the rest that could in theory raise Charles on 1. Well, you can win turn 2, yeah, so. Said Lane of the Void, does that even stop you? I think Layla of the Void is not actually doing much. It's like those. It's an inconvenience, but. It doesn't probably change the outcome of the game. Hey Cancer, what do I play on FNM? I have End, Rhino, Grzmot. Oh, I'll play Rhinos. No, actually, I wouldn't play Rhinos, but you can play Rhinos. Grzmot is Yawgmoth. I assume. Actually, not sure myself. What it sounds like. It's kind of scary my point of Aries, but. Oh, I can also grab Endurance with this. That's interesting. Although we failed to find songs, so my deck sucks now. Okay, we did not fail to do anything, bros. We're successful people here. They do play the fairy and my offer doesn't work. Which is convenient. Maybe the Mind Collapse should be Manic. Or something. Can have an Elemental to kill the Endurance next turn, but we need to have 2 mana to combo off with the song. To combo through the fairy. And we threaten to kill the fairy if they don't have removal for it, so. Omnath, sure. It's an extra redraw. No, Fire Blitz is not a good cyber card. We have Mind Collapse as a way to deal with the fairy. Because you just need like the Mind Collapse in your deck. Not that you like don't need to draw it actually. Mind Collapse, not Mind. Goblin Collapse, exactly. Ta-da-da, ta-da, ta-da-da-da-da, ta-da. We should be able to combo. Yeah. Godshot seems pretty good too. Probably better than Noxious Revival. There's kind of little upside to Noxious Revival. Can you Grapeshot the Fairy? No, because then I won't have mana to do stuff, so I'll be left manaless, and from manaless I can't combo. And I can't gain extra mana with the Fairy in play because my way to gain extra mana is an offer I can refuse. But I can just Storm and Grapeshot them, right? For a hefty amount.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hi.
Hello. Also Noxious the Godshot, I guess. And for convenience, kill the Fairy. Yeah, Fluster for sure, yeah. Oh, don't fluster me, bro. Oh. Mindbreak Trap for sure, bro. Then I'll pact. Oh, it's Vivian on the Hand. It's a Vivian on the Hand deck. Well, that's useful to crack the bubble. I mean, I don't know if that tells me that much, but something. Some stuff we know now.
I harvest 300 channel points for 93 penny. Now this is investment banking.
Thank you for the bits. Same target, bros. Same target for all of them. For Adomna, for the fans. I'm not sure what was the storm though. Where did you find this list? A list of this deck free on the prelim, but then I fixed it. So this one is my own list. Alright, so now we add Mind Collapse. Probably Cat Gutshot. We probably have Veil of Summer. But it could be nice to have a Boseiju answer that is not Sterling Grove, but maybe the Sterling Grove is actually not the worst. What do you think of Sterling Grove, chat? In this deck. Could we have Waifu Grapeshot for future games? Shit, what an omission. I even bought it. Or did I? I guess I didn't. Don't think Sterling Grove is warp. Then what do you do if your opponent holds a Boseiju? You just die to it? They hold 2 mana for Boseiju. You're just gonna be dead. Looping Gutshot felt like a good backup answer to Fairy, but now I have Mind Collapse, which is the answer. Not the Fairy. Just draw your next song. Well, yeah, maybe it's a plan, but see with it, but let's fetch Utopia Sprawl. Oh no, Mind Collapse to the bottom, also missing. Yeah, Needle is pretty bad. Off of Nissa. Off of Nissa, what they grab? No cards. I probably shouldn't have bet on the Veils because they actually are the Vivian combo version, so. Nice draw. I'll just shut down. Nice, can play Omnath. Like, really can play Omnath. Because I don't know if they really can play it, but they can't play it. Reverse. Impressive. It seems like we're free to go. Nice jump of mana still. Oh! How does the Song of Creation sound like? I get mana from 0 mana. I can play 2 lands. No, I can play 1 land. And once I play land, I'll be able to make the mana the normal way. Chat, we are 306 though right now. This deck is actually pretty based. I'm playing a local 2K tomorrow and not sure on what deck to bring. Most of my meta is Murktide, some 4-color, some Jogmod, some Lee. I don't expect Rhinos at all. I'm deciding between Jog, Glimpse, and Hammer. An input from you, Kaneki. Yeah, sounds fair to play Hammer. Or Yawgmoth. If you're good with Yawgmoth, you can play Yawgmoth, I think. Like, whichever one you're better with, I guess, out of Hammer and Yawgmoth. Rhinos seems like it would destroy this meta. That's under the assumption that Rhinos beats everything, though, it seems like. Good against Blue Red and 4-color, yeah, sure. Keep coping, Rhino man. If Rhinos is good against Blue Red and 4-color and can't lose to Yawgmoth, then why is it not actually here? This league feels like the Magda Changelings one. This deck feels much better than Magda Changelings though. We can like turn 3 combo win with protection. Sure. Grixis Death Shadow. Pretty hard to beat that, seems like. They for sure would do that with the machines. It's pretty funny. I've heard that somewhere too before. That's probably legit. How is Commune? Was about to see. React to a whole movie? No, I can't. How is Commune? Well, it's not. Actually, it kind of sucks because you can't grab lens with it, so it's gonna whiff like. Wait, Commune sucks in my deck, it just doesn't have targets. It's probably better to play Shimmer. No, a green country would be better. $60 cards. 12 targets. 13 targets. There's 70, yeah, 30% to miss on community gods. 2 Thoughtseize. Alright, we could. That my hand sucks. I grape shot your guy. I don't actually want to flashback. Would I rather be a VTuber or a weeb? A VTuber. This is Red Black Shadow. They have Blood Chief Thirst. So it might be, honestly. Maybe play the Strike of the Rich now. But I have Pact of Negation, this. Irritation to buy to splash 4. Well, we are the irritation colors. Honestly, we might. Might just play irritation. That's kind of good idea. So I got the open. Oh yeah. Let's go song. Oh shit. Let's just shut up. It is time to shred some ledgers. Just play Flame Jab. Well, Flame Jab is the recastable spell, but it's not actually good. Zendros. Just Zendro, I think. Sad. Do we Leyline of Sanctity? We probably don't, we just Veil. Veil discard spells too. Pact is kinda hard when like low on resources want to pop off. It's hard to sideboard. True, it has more hits if you board it in. Also, could be that Sleight of Hand is a preferable way to find to country rather than Song of Creation, rather than Serum Visions. Probably not. And having like Forest Iteration, Utopia Sprawl mana base is a little bit problematic, and also like the extra spell you get is kind of stinky. Well, it does help you with like having resources to once you combo, but it does find the song technically. It's also not green. Yeah, I don't think I love iteration this deck. It doesn't seem great. Something. Do. Something, by the way. Turns out this deck is unplayable. That's a bit harsh. Although it is capable of losing a game of Magic the Gathering, that's true. Please play Thoughtseize. No. Please let me draw Stomping Ground. Ugh. Now they Thoughtseize. Oh, or maybe not, or maybe yes. Yeah, they do. I have 2 songs, so it's okay. Can still draw land, grape shot. Can actually draw land. Strike a dredge, grape shot. Kill 2 monsters. Makes sense to take that, I guess. They have no second land, so let's kill the monkey man. They kept the card on top though. Wow. Unlicensed hairs, that does not seem super effective against my deck. Maybe somewhat. A bit if they draw the grape shot. If I draw the grape shot into exile, but does not seem like the way you should approach it. But maybe that's the way they want to approach it, so. Do you have a red removal for my Cantor? No, they don't. Good. I have Spell Pierce, but I think drawing is stronger. Easy. Or is it easy? Dang. Okay, it's okay. This was a good example of what I like so much about Cantor. Sometimes being a speed dominating Lotus Petal is good enough. Yeah, I mean, I could have also flashed the Striker Dredge in this spot, so same would be the same thing. In the end, given that they seemingly have nothing. So I don't think it's actually great to draw, especially game 1 when they just can have removal as that against your deck as enabled, right? That just seems actually bad. Although it's okay. Kinda running dry though. Probably gonna combo off, but kinda whiffing. They have a bolt that would actually kill me if I cast a gut shot for no mana, but I have 4 mana, so maybe I can cast a commune. I can cast Strike Rage from my graveyard, but that's less mana. Come on. Wow. Alright, I'm casting it for 2. For 2 life, whatever. React Anti, but it's actually Magic deck list. Alright, I'll take a look afterwards. Do I even have more lands in my deck? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's 2 more lands in my deck only. Veil of Summer getting countered, kinda ironic, right? Alright, opponent considered out of boredom, but we would have find a Grapeshot and kill them now. But this is pretty consistent at comboing off, indeed, as opposed to the previous one. I think the Leyline should be in the sideboard because it's impossible to board in the Leyline without losing consistency so much. Song of Creation with lyrics. Okay, so question from VaXPE. React Andy. You don't need to react any deck list. I'll refine your point because if you just post your list, I'll look at it. I'm not a monster. Wait, where is it? React Andy. Answer your request is either a mod already granted you it back or I can't do that. They meta a few Air Affinity, Giant, 1 free blue-eyed X, Living End, Ben, Blue Life Spirits. It's like normal meta. Okay, if you play Think twice, but if it's a blue-eyed deck mirrors, then maybe it's fine. If you named almost no Urza Saga deck, so much of the other Light seems kind of poor to play, I think. That card is not present. Let's actually play the Noxious Survival. Can I land on the draw? Yeah, Fire Ice probably better against the expected gamers. Although maybe not by tons. Skip. It's a chance to sing the Song of Creation. How would you see a song rather than sing? A move to 5, that's nice. Blood Creep, sure. Into Ravagan, that's a good card to move to 5 with. Gotcha. Well, we have the wild counter to block, so I guess it's pretty good here. Ledger Shredder. Kroxa. It's fine. It's discard an offer, I think. Right on time for a gut shot, yeah. Very timely gut shot. Inquisition can't take the song, so that's cool. They break it. It depends. Should I actually veil here? Should I actually play the song here? Probably not. If they have drown, I'm gonna lose to it. Can wait. Like, drown into Crocs escape, I die. And now they can't escape their Croxa if they don't have it. Or if they escape their Croxa, we can still, like, win. Seems like their Croxa is their best play. Will he combo off? Maybe. Kinda risky to shock twice. Oh, kurde. I actually don't want to shock twice because I have both forests in play. I'll just pass. Because we have the strike at reach from the graveyard. And I don't want to take 9. Because I'll just die to the Croxa. Grab Giganta, sure. I was almost scared, bros. Oh no, we drew Misty Rainforest. How unlucky. Alright, let's whiff now. Oof. Well, this might be a double song cast, but I mean, it's kind of... Well, they have 11 lives, so it's not gonna be that hard. We should cast a second song. There's still a Stomping Ground. Ouch. Okay, it's fine. We go to 1 and we just win. We still have a land drop. In Italy we say a uno non è mai morto nessuno. You for sure say that, yeah. Is this deck unusually hard to play against? Well, it's definitely a new combo deck, so lack of familiarity is going to hurt people a bit. I don't know about unusually, but maybe. One life, no one ever died. True, true. It's a correct saying. Grape shot kill spell. Yes. Honestly, endurance in general is so much more based as a combo loop your deck enabler rather than like the lame whatever hate piece that you play it like 3-4. Like, that's actually base use, but many are just, oh no, I will hate your graveyard with my 3-4 reach and I will board the 3-4 reach against flying creatures. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, sure, bro. That's all that you can think of. That's like the amount of finesse in your life. That's it. Disappointing. I keep clicking reveal hand, but it's not the same target. This is cool. Reveal hand, reveal hand, reveal hand, reveal hand. Alright, 4-0. Grixis Death Shadow took a game out of us. People just can't beat a 3-4 flash creature in Modern. But are you saying that like no cap? Because they pretty clearly can. Can they? Like I used to 100% ironic. Okay, good. Because I know that like when Blue White Contra was the big deck after Modern Horizons 2 for a period of time. Many seemingly viewed endurance as like this great thing that you can have in your sideboard against Living End, but it was also awesome against Blue White because you flash it in end of turn and it's great, but it is just not great even against that matchup. It's like vanilla creature, vanilla flash monster, free power. Congrats, bro. does not like overpower Tefaris. I think Endu is very good versus blue-red, and I think that's also a very shallow opinion that misses a lot. It's not strong in the matchup out of every deck, and it's not strong in the matchup out of every context. Out of Yorion, it stinks. Like the tempo 3-4 body, you can't use it. Out of Living End, I don't like it. Out of Rhinos, I think provides like nice additional pressure that sidestep the like typical hate, and with Rhinos you are more about cobbling together the normal plan plus a lot of interaction. I mean, out of Living End, sure. I disagree, especially since Ledger Shadow. It's gonna be Mulligan. Nice hand. Probably keep the pact. Well, like endurance is better if we are forced to play some non-combo game, but Goblin Guide, alright. No Eidolon on turn 2 because that's gonna be tough. Fuck, wrong land. XT. Whoops. Oops. At least we have a painless mana base. But obviously Forest does not cast the red cards, and it's not because I'm colorblind. They see Pact of Negation, Summoner's Pact, and they think, damn, it's Titan. I put all your money in here, bro. Well, it doesn't matter, I died to Eidolon anyways. Literally can't beat that card. Can I edit deck list before ending the stream so I can play this deck tonight? I don't think I want to change anything. Maybe cast the ley lines. Cut the ley lines for something. Let's look at the deck list to make sure that we cannot beat Eidolon. We actually can't beat Eidolon. Grape Shot. Just Boseiju it. Yeah, we didn't have Boseiju. Cat Shot probably out. There may be a flash 3-4 creature that can block the Eidolon. Yeah, that's actually true. Leyline doesn't even help against Eidolon, so I don't think I board it in. Does Barenton Force Tender work? Yeah, but I wouldn't have it in my main deck. But it does work. The bottom one. Leyline easy 4 instead of blue packs. So the blue pack is a combo piece. So it's not that simple. But this is the typical, you know, combo deck that can beat Eidolon board with Leyline. If you board Leyline out of a deck like this against Bern, they just play Eidolon, you lose anyway, so how you do that, right? They can also have the rolling vortexes. Ay. But Leyland can buy you more time to find answer to Eidolon. Well, but also you can't board the infinite cards, so it ends up not playing well. I think we bought. I don't know if I'd want to draw an endurance and attack them. Doesn't seem like it's gonna kill them quickly enough. Because I fetch. I don't think I want to draw the endurance. I think it's low odds of actually succeeding. They didn't play anything. Damn. Excellent timing. Aye, aye, aye. Just need a song. I don't know why they're not casting anything. What is in their hand? Probably 4 deflecting palms. Can I have blazes? What the hell is their hand, bros? I think I'll play towards song this game. For silence in hands. Damn. Maybe it's 3 Searing Blaze, 2 silence, 1. I don't know. But they have 6. They had 5 cards in hand. They didn't cast anything. They cracked their Sunbreak Canyon. They're not making land drops either. It's just hard to explain, but yeah, maybe Smash the Smithereens, but like where there? I don't know. Missed. What's the 4 mana transmute card? What now is the time to bolt me? Model. It's not 2 mana. Yeah, model is 2. Demir House cards. There's also a Clash Under City. Demir House guard is not pretty. an option though. I think they just had button spells, but they were some, and I just didn't want to cast a skewer, so it's very anticlimactic though. I guess a ley line in this game would be pretty relevant with how it turned around, but we do have problems with finding song in this deck, and I don't know. Is this fixable with the white splash? The Commune with the Gods is not playable, don't play it. Today we learn side Leyline versus Baron. No, I think I just don't want Leyline in the sideboard. Because I don't like it against those discard spells anyway, out of this deck. Like Boseiju is actually... Because a Rolling Vortex would still kill me, right? Try Coffer's Maze Mind. Is that a card? Well, Grove requires a splash. But you can also find it with Commune. Bring to Light. Oh, Bring to Light is interesting. Oh, it doesn't get enchantments, so it's not interesting. I take that back. You don't need Gutshot, right? Gutshot might be relegated to sideboard duty. Now I can play Jomnath. I can. And which matchups would you bring in Gutshot against Ragavan? Omnath for grindy matchups, Sterling Grove for, finding the song. Green card, so pitches for Endurance, so that's pretty nice. Try Moonblast Cleric. Well, Sterling Grove is just straight up better than Moonblast Cleric in every possible way. So I will not try it. Profane Tutor would be interesting though. Tutors for turn 4. Well, we played with Profane Tutor and it sucked. The original list had Wish. The one I copied did not have Wish, it had Diabolic Tutor. I guess we circle back, but I don't know what's the original list, but Wish is pretty expensive of a way to search for that. That's the list I copied off today and started with. I don't have the Weep Grape Shot, but I will buy it the next time I'll buy anything from Goldbots, which is gonna be soon. for Glittering Wish. But I also like that this solves the... It's a green card and solves the Boseiju issue. Original file was by Giorgio Combo. I know it's Giorgio Combo. Yeah, it's a hit with Commune, so like that's kind of makes sense. I think it makes more sense than Glittering Wish, because also you want this in your opening hand. So we got a 4-1. Super disappointing loss to Bern. But maybe don't even want like 3 grows, but maybe like sell that 1 gut shot. And just 2 Sterling Grove, awkward splash, but I think it's a better splash than the Morning Tutor. The Morning Tutor also made the Fairy a super big issue. We don't want it to be a super big issue. I guess I'm given finds the song, but it's 7 bajillion millions mana. I'm not gonna play it, not gonna play it. Yeah, I should just remove Ragavan from this binder. You just don't have the Weep Grapeshot though. Stupid idea, Bottle Cluster for not discarding end. It's a Storm-like combo deck that wins on the turn that it comes off, so you're trying to approach it from a side that is not relevant to approach it from, because we don't need to not discard the hands, because the goal is to win once we drop the song, which we've been relatively successful at. Yeah, so Cluster doesn't work with that. That's also a problem. A tiny bit of a problem. No mana is gonna be hard. A little bit, but you don't actually... I think it's not gonna be too bad. I think it's gonna be too bad. Still, like, it's mostly green and you like the other splashes. Rounder League, let's 5-0. I can, because I have to write the sideboard guide for GLS today if you want to have it supplied to you before the weekend's tournaments, and I think you do. As I promised that. So tomorrow I'm not streaming because I'm playing in a paper tournament locally, and then on Sunday we'll see, but probably also we'll skip and choose the option of chilling. But on Monday we can maybe Song of Creation again. Don't play GLS. Can I exchange it for a cyborg guide to mono white vampires? Actually not. Guide for question mark GLS, exactly, yeah. Hope you will play this again another time, for sure. Ghost of Mine's kinda okay. It's fixing for all the colors. Maybe you want a single Triumph at this point, but Drawing a tapland when you need a land tapped land is scary. So probably not. Alright, bro. See you Monday for sure. Stay hydrated. Noxious Pig got shot up by Noxious.